Meow. Meow. Oh. That thing is looking kind of Majora's Mask looking ass. Unsettling.
You teeny boy.
It's overhead. Around? Changed. I guess what changed? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Meow. Meow.
Stream time. Like a time stream. Just point a camera at a clock. Put this in the thing. Now with significantly fewer ants.
There were ants.
Probably not.
So how can you have significantly fewer than 0?
Negative ants. Anti-ants. Reverse ant? What? Watching the board. Having a board meeting.
Ow.
He's had to do a poke. And I am reminded of something I forgot. I was going to recommend that you spend some time with Sandra and practice some strategies, considering the
Yes.
swiftly increasing difficulty curve. We recently had a right against a team that was fully level 20. Or 5. Where did I get 20 from? Max Enlightenment.
Ow.
It looked more like a nip than a poke.
It was a nip.
Then why'd you go out? She doesn't bite very hard.
It hurt.
But her jaw's so weak. Hey, there's her robot. As we sit here talking about weak cat jaws.
All right.
Not very strong jaw of Remy the Small. Hi.
Yeah.
Good evening, Internet. It is 8:12 p.m. on Thursday, October 10th, 2024. Welcome to Thursday Throne. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. This is Remy. And tonight we're going to be continuing Pyre. And man, this game is getting hard. We lost a bunch of matches last time. I don't know what this means for our ending. Probably nothing good.
Yeah, we kind of fell into a first order optimal strategy, I think. just because running around everyone with a fast guy works early on doesn't mean it's going to keep working.
Actually, that continues to be the most effective strategy I've come up with. Like even in those last few, when I tried other things, it's when I started failing.
Interesting. Because the game certainly says you're supposed to, like, move everybody around.
Right.
And sometimes your opposition teams have kind of gotten someone right up to your Pyre and then had someone else pick up the sphere, and apparently it teleports to them when you change characters.
Yeah. But when I move someone up and then switch to someone else, they invariably just poof the one that I've now left standing there. So, fat lot of good that does.
Yeah, I guess when you're expected to, like, defensively switch to someone by the Pyre to banish someone who's trying that trick.
Yeah. Which I definitely should be doing. Anyway, let's get to the game, shall we?
Yes.
Come here, Steam. Actually, I just thought of something. I should make sure, since there was just a Windows update, I should make sure that XSplit is using all of the right devices.
Yeah. Updates do like to break things.
Uh-huh.
They're stinky like that.
Okay, it says default microphone. I don't know what the default microphone is, so I'm going to explicitly set it to this microphone. It should have been explicitly set to this microphone already. Now, wait a second. Did that change any of the effects? No, it didn't. Very good. All right.
Daniel, will you be able to help me with Vince in the next half hour or so?
Possibly, but I have work at 9.
Hello, my boy. Tizo and I, we were just reminiscing on old times. Tizo is happy to have Wilfred back among the Nightwings once again. Thank you, Tizo. I'm happy to be back among the Nightwings as well. Though you understand we were forced to be apart. Though you understand why we were forced to be apart for so long, don't you? Tizo indicates he understands full well. I trust that Tariq provided some good company and song during the intervening time. Tizo confirms he did enjoy traveling alongside the lone minstrel for some time. And there he is, right on cue. Something I can do for you, Volfred, sir? Volfred laughs warmly at this. No, Tariq, we are well enough for now. Tizo and I, we were just remembering the time when we first met, the three of us. Tizo was rather apprehensive then, as I recall. He was merely being circumspect, I'm sure. Tizo has the sharpest instincts of us all. But the bite he gave you, sir, it left a permanent impression, did it not? It did indeed. I consider it a mark of friendship. May it stay with me for all my days. Excuse me. It is a good reminder that, despite the challenges we faced together in the past, my time among the Nightwings has been extraordinary. Likewise, I can say the same, sir. Tizo shares the sentiment as well. Volfred turns to you. I should apologize, my boy. Here we are talking of a history you do not share. Believe me when I say we're skipping over many of the bad parts. What I mean is, it isn't my intention to exclude you as we wax nostalgic. The Nightwings that you know, we are a strange assortment, are we not? Those of us who share some kinship from the past, I suppose we cannot help but seek some warmth in it. But it should not be to the exclusion of the friendships that we forge right now. So please, why don't you join us for a bit? Together, you, Volfred, Tizo, and the Lone Minstrel talk a while about the times gone by. The three of them are pleased to be back in one another's company again, having grown close through shared experience in the past. Just the same, they have welcomed you into the group. In spite of the hardships you have faced, some of these idle moments that you share together may one day form memories you think back on with fondness. Soon the conversation winds down, though it lifted all your spirits for the while. The chastity, in the words of Haub the Swallow, the Accursed. Those bearing the name of the Chastity all account themselves disciples of Lew Sklorian, the 100 Minds, known firstly for his wisdom, but also cherished for his modesty, integrity, and kinship. Sklorian's priority in forming his triumvirate was to instill in all his subjects a deep-seated deference and respect for the rules governing the liberation cycle. The cycle of the rites needs to be respected to be understood, and needs to be understood to be respected, Sklorian said. Thus, the Chastity are emissaries of the cycle. Should they earn back their liberty, then they shall spread enlightenment itself, and all of us shall grow. Okay, yeah, need to practice. Wrong button. Oops. That was easy. Mostly.
Yeah, the Beyonders don't move very proactively, it seems.
Yeah.
But you can use them to try things out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Different team comps, phase bouncy cast, something like that.
The unmistakable remains of Zylvius Horseheaded, which protrude from the ash and fire there below. Some have taken it to be a work of sculpture, reader. The Mare Titan vanquished by the scribe Triesta Tithys, she broke the land beneath her burning hooves, whinnying vengeance, the Book of Rites. The tale of a Titan felled by Saint Triesta Tithys, that is more unbelievable than the thought that some daring exiles over many years carved the Titan's visage out of stone. Be that as it may, the climate and the cliffs are home now to exiled harps, such as the Essence, whom you faced here when first you arrived. Even they do not all know of the locale's sacred significance.
And you can kind of see it during the rites. It's those holes were made by some kind of gleaming spear. I assume Triesta with magic attacks by Triesta.
After having reached the strange outcroppings of Blackshore, the low road to the nest of Triesta passes through razor-sharp sands. The land beyond the Sea of Solace extrudes from the ocean on a bed of black glass. You volunteer to survey the grounds. You prepare to head out.
Extrusions.
However, your companions beat you to it in this case. Take a load off, chum. Trudy and I got this one. They depart, leaving you to rest up. When they later return with nothing much to report, you are feeling better and are in the midst of deciding which of your vocations to pursue. Ruki is counting the group's supply of soul when he sees you approach. He rushes right up to you as per his custom. Hey, chum. I was just seeing what we could pick up from the slug market next chance we get. Been running some numbers here, and by my count, we've made old Falcon Ron richer by 398 souls so far, if you can believe that. He's probably doing pretty well these days, just thanks to us. But I figure we got a decent arrangement going. Hoarding soul ain't gonna do us any good down here, and Ron's merchandise can help us get ahead. Those talismans are weird, right? But they seem to work, especially if you heap some of that Stardust stuff onto them, right? Say, you don't think it's cheating using that stuff, do you, chum? He does not give you the opportunity to answer. Though anyways, that Ron and I, we go way back, alright, like you don't even know. He and I, why, technically we knew each other even back before I ended up down here. He was one of my importers, so to speak. Yeah, he and I, we had a good thing going for a while. Sent all sorts of junk downriver to him, and back in the Commonwealth, the soul was still worth something to some folk. One day, of course, the jig was up for me, you understand. So imagine his surprise when I ran into him right here on his home turf. You make an effort to imagine Falcon Ron's surprise. Yeah, fine, so Ron didn't shed no tears about me getting thrown down. When I first met him face to face, he just says, "Oh, hey, Mr. Greentail," like he's expecting me or something, though he did seem pretty miffed at losing me as a supplier. But he got me as a customer. Believe you me, his prices would be 10 times worse if not for Rookie Greentail's premier loyalty discount taken off the top. Just whatever you do, don't go around asking questions about him. Believe you me, the less we know about our good chum Falcon Ron, the better. Anyways, I'm off to chase my tail for a bit, so be seeing you around, chum. He bounds off out of the wagon.
Okay, I get how he was able to easily smuggle stuff downriver. How in the heck was the money getting upriver?
Imps.
How did the imps get upriver?
Alright, more quickness. The 8 scribes who composed the book, their influence and their experience spreads through the pages into the willing reader's deepest consciousness. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Celerity. Here in the thick underbrush of Black Basin, you locate a messenger imp come bearing news and rumors of the other side. Black glass, searing vapor, and strangling forests mark the forsaken lands that loom across the sea. This news happens to concern the brash and sneering Barker who defeated you in the Liberation Rite and thus returned to the Commonwealth, absolved of his transgressions. Evidently, however, the experience did him little good. In spite of various offers to re-assimilate into Commonwealth society, he kept on longing for the thrill of the rites. He even made attempts to recreate the rites as an informal contest for the sake of it, yet the leaders of the Commonwealth strongly rebuked him for this and urged greater caution. Some say he now contemplates new crimes to get himself exiled once more. Perhaps then the exiles of the dissidents may reunite, but until such time, you shall not be seeing them again. Rookie approaches rather tentatively when he hears the news.
I figured it was Barker as soon as I heard his theme song.
So, he's back home safe and sound, isn't he, chum? He's bad news wherever he goes, and if I don't see him ever again, it'll be too soon. You thank the messenger imp for delivering this information and let it gorge itself on some scraps of food somehow left over from the group's last meal. It scurries off with renewed vigor. The ashen effigy of the nightmare titan Sylvius Horseheaded looms as dark as ever on the precipices of Black Basin, where her chaotic influence sundered the land itself until it wept with fire. The very instant that our graceful friend Trieste is finally laid to rest, the greater titan with the power of the holy scepter of the Empire, the stars shone down upon us all with blinding light. Trieste thought that she could bear her children in the warmth there, but alas. Now the stars revisit that locale with regularity. The fissures in the rock do pose more danger than one ought invite, but a summons to the nest is to be honored.
Oh, hey, you guys. You know, Dad here, you don't like talking much, but don't get weirded out by that or anything, because I think he likes you, especially if you keep buying stuff.
Flame Leech. Ooh. That's nice.
Fortunately, it's quite friendly.
I wish I could afford it. It's like that, only better.
He's got a new glow stick looking at thing too.
+4 quickness. Consumable item.
Yeah, maybe some other time then, guys.
Why in the heck is it still doing Ashpaw's theme? He's not here. He's extremely not here. Nope.
Though the now familiar surroundings of the nest of Trieste made preparations faster than before, the stars are already aflame by the time you and the others are gathered. The rite against the withdrawn is commencing soon. Please be ready, ma'am.
'Tis more a testing of our patience than our raw capacity. Fear not in the outcome here.
You wish them all good fortune in turn. Little else is said, and together you watch the celestial harmony in calm and silence, and await the withdrawn. And yeah, I'll leave Limbless Arazek active for the XP. What are you? Shax's 6 shoulders.
is nigh. You exiles of the Night Wings, you are returned once more unto the nest of Triesta. Your adversaries in the rites this eve shall be the Withdrawn. Snuff out their Pyre's flame and show your worth. Now, prepare yourselves.
Previous time ye snuffed our Pyre's flame, prevailed. This time, all for Eastlark, no matter the result, and no matter the cost.
Your adversaries are prepared, reader. Who shall conduct the rites on your behalf?
Choose now your band of traitors.
Geez, she has both of the hexes. As do both of her cronies.
Bertrude. Bolfred.
Okay, sure. Let's do the team that I just tested with.
Tizo. Very well.
Tizo is fired up and ready to take on the Withdrawn.
Hear us, Eastlark. Bring to us thy terrible power.
Commence. Sinners! That was the last of them. A favorable start.
Oops.
Disaster. Your pyre shall soon be ashes on the ground. Banished all of them. Poor egg. Their pyre shan't survive
Remy,
much more
don't
than
jump
that.
up on my desk. Fortunately, there's dialogue right here. Remy, don't do it. I see you thinking about it. Just settle down there in the chair. That's a good girl. Good girl.
Even now, the ashes of our pyre mingle with his lifeblood. Prevail or no, ye shall not interfere with his return.
Oop. Nope.
A crushing blow against your pyre.
That's not good.
The Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge. The orb is loose. A rude predicament for the withdrawn.
Oop. What?
Magnificent. Tread lightly. One false move. Somebody get the orb. The flames withstood what often put them out. Banished each
Nope.
return.
No!
It is done.
Damn it!
The withdrawn prevail. Better them than traitors such as you. The ceremony is complete.
Islak grows stronger, stronger. Now to the darkness we return. A cursed night conspires to set us back.
We shall learn from this, and we shall grow stronger.
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained. Understanding deepens in the mind of the imp Tizo.
Tizo gives thanks to Haub the Swallow for watching over and protecting him.
Until the next right.
All that time you say, right?
After you failed to prevail over the Withdrawn despite your best efforts, there is little time for you to rest as yet. The night beckons, and the next rite reveals itself to be a vital one. It is already time, reader. Come see for yourself. The coldness of the season now presents to us another chance. He heads out straight away, and you follow in turn. Indeed, among the remaining stars, you see one with which you are familiar now burns ever brightly. And it's the Withdrawn again. Already the Nightwings are summoned back to Mount Elodiel. Picture the rites as a wheel broken free from a black wagon. It is turning uncontrollably, and soon shall reach a sudden stop. We should have several chances left for someone to go free. Either us, or else our adversaries, but not both. What is at stake each time is further complicated now, I must admit, knowing we have so few opportunities remaining. Those whom we sent back into the Commonwealth, should our plan somehow fail, they may look back upon their exile with fondness. So, returning to the Commonwealth is not inherently a mercy, I don't think. Moreover, there are also those among us whom we count on to prevail in the rites. We need them on the Nightwings just as much as we need them in the Commonwealth. We cannot simply grow our numbers here given the circumstances. And so, who stays, who goes, these choices affect us all. No pressure there, my boy. Now, I don't know about you, but I shall go and take my leave for now. Let's set forth again at daybreak. You find Tizo there in the black wagon, looking rather more despondent than usual. When you attempt to reach out to him, he barely acknowledges you. Tizo indicates that he wishes to be left alone right now. You almost run into Faye as you turn to leave. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I was just wanting to come check on little Tizo there. I think maybe he's taken ill or something? On further inspection, it occurs to you that Faye perhaps is not off the mark, and that Tizo is unwell for some reason. Come on, Tizo, you're going to be alright. You might be the smallest of us, but I think you're the toughest. Though, Mr. Dariel, I think she's very tough as well. Tizo appreciates the kind words, but still wishes to be left alone at this time. Oh, don't be silly, Tizo. You know I won't be doing that, don't you? Faye turns to you for a moment, lowering her voice. Mister? I think Tizo would like a little bit of privacy if you don't mind, though I don't mean to be rude. It's just, Tizo, well, I told him not to eat something. There was this, well, I think it was a mushroom maybe, growing in the corner over there. So I see Tizo sniffing at it, and he's always hungry, and usually I try to feed him, but this time I told him no. Because I know my mushrooms, and whatever that was, I think it was a mushroom, but it wasn't one I know. Well, Tizo ate it anyway. Tizo corroborates Faye's recollection of what happened. So, anyway, I think he's going to maybe, cough it up, I guess. I think maybe any moment now. Because when I ate things I thought were mushrooms around here, I coughed them up as well. They made me rather sick, kind of like Tizo over there. I hope that I'm not being inappropriate, because it's not polite maybe, Oh, come to think of it, Tizo, why don't we go outside? Because then I won't have to clean up after you like the last time when you ate something I said maybe you shouldn't, remember? Tizo indicates he remembers full well and regrets not heeding Faye's food-related counsel. Oh, don't worry, silly. If you've taken ill, then I think you're going to be fine. Once you have a little walk outside with me, because you're very tough. Tizo is beginning to look better already. You're my best friends, Tizo. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Or at least, I'll try, okay? I don't think anyone could stop you from eating things, though. Then she snatches Tizo up in her arms and whisks him out of the wagon with her. You hear her call back to you over her shoulder. Bye, mister. I'll make sure that Tizo is all right, I promise, okay? Although the prospect of Faye administering medical assistance normally would give you pause, Tizo seemed to accompany her willingly enough. The two have shared a rather close bond since Faye first made contact with the group. For someone like her, who has lived alone for so long, the friendship must be vital. And as for Tizo, he must be impressed that a non-native of the downside seems to know her way around food safety even better than he.
So it wasn't depressive loss. He gave himself food poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
He had a bad mushroom. Is that messenger?
It was an imp. You make landing upon Mount Elodiel, where Fulfrid pulls you aside while the others complete the post-flight inspection. He puffs at his pipe before speaking up. Reader, as you know, I now wear the raiments once again. This means that I myself may soon be worthy to regain my freedom in the eyes of the 8 scribes. Know, however, that it is not my wish to go just yet. It is true I could be of some benefit to our plan back in the Commonwealth, but I feel my place is here for the time being. Perhaps once the Nightwings are on a surer footing in their path, my time shall come. Those are my feelings on the matter, and I wanted you to know. I shall, of course, defer to you. Our path is not to contradict the reader's will. Anyway, I trust that all of us, yourself included, shall find our freedom. If not soon, then by when all of this is over. Having completed the post-flight inspection, you and Vulfrid visit the monument of Trieste Tithys here in Emperor's Ascent. Oralek, was this somehow your doing? You who cursed the scribes and the stars themselves? I pray for you this time, and if the scribes will for the rights to be ended, then we shall have to work with that. No setback shall be insurmountable. Soon he has finished paying his respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Trieste Tithys has shown you favor. You soon shall ascend the mountain, though there is time now to pursue your vocations. Vulfrid gained quickness. Your deepening knowledge of the Book of Rites is not nearly enough. Aspects of it still elude you. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. There we go. What have you come to understand of the book? Can you recite its pages yet by heart? Have you internalized its teachings? In its lack of limits, you experience yours. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. You gained the reader's influence, righteousness, +1 glory.
Everyone.
199 bills, which is exactly what it was the last time. You and I did it.
Hey, would you grab me another drink, please? Thank you. Thank you.
I need to go to work thing. I'm going to recommend possibly using some of the Stardust.
En route to the mountaintop, you pass by a monument to Luce Glorian, and Sir Gilman happens to take notice.
It seems that this knight's test of honor is just beginning to begin. He is to understand the stars themselves are vanishing? Impossible, he says, for how can there be such a thing as honor in this world if the stars themselves are wont to leave this world behind? Soon he is finished paying his respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Luce Glorian has shown him favor. +2 presence. Nice. You and your fellow exiles gather at the foot of Scribe's Gate before an archway carved of stone where stands the Gate Guardian. Greetings to you, Celeste. I see the exiles of the Nightwings have returned, even as the cycle of the rites begins drawing to a close. The Nightwings accept this as the will of the scribes. The Gate Guardian laughs at this softly for some reason. And you, Tariq? Do you accept their will as well? But the lone minstrel does not answer her. It is no matter. Now, Nightwings, each of you come forth and state what is it that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate? One by one, the Nightwings declare themselves. You all pass through as before. When Volfred takes his turn, Celeste stops him. You, I see you wear the raiments once again. Explain. The cycle of the rites is ending. While I do not know exactly why, I have my fears. One of my contemporaries, he who fell from the summit long ago, he lives and seeks his liberty again. He stands against us now and believes his triumvirate to be the true Nightwings. I remember well the contemporary whom you mean. Then the Nightwings stand divided. Yes, and so I wear the raiments once again in case that it may help to right this wrong. For I am Volfred Sandalwood, and I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side, and bring our freedom to the people there. She considers Volfred's words for a moment. I see. Then move along. The Guardian of Scribe's Gate regards you all, and then she beckons you onward.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Samea.
Celeste.
Kivaret.
What is it, Tariq?
Volunta lorigas.
The will of the scribes. Long have we both followed it, I think you would agree. In equal measure has it drawn us close as separated us.
Sum corregara.
But if their aim now is to keep us apart for another age or longer, then no, I do not accept their will.
Babrastum.
You blaspheme, Tariq, and at the gate no less. But the lone minstrel simply puts his hat back on.
Admare lorigas.
Then may the scribes themselves admonish me. Until tomorrow night, Celeste. Having reached the peak of Mount Elodiel again, you cannot help but reflect on whether one of your companions may go free this night, or remain stranded in the downside as Jodariel did after last time. Fulfred looks up as you approach and smiles. I never thought I would say such things, my boy, but it is good to wear the raiments and the rites once more. The march of time does have a way of healing certain hurts. Besides, the Nightwings of today, we are a very different beast than the triumvirate which took me in almost a decade ago. Ours was a triumvirate of exactly 3. Well, 4 with Tizo, who proved to be an exception. Though historically the Nightwings never took on more exiles than needed. I have mentioned my predecessor, Brighton, and my former companions, Arissa and Oralek. Perhaps naively, I had hoped my time with them would not be relevant directly to what we now attempt. But, seeing as our stories are now intertwined, do let me know if there is more you wish to learn of them. Ask about Brighton. You inquire about Brighton, who you understand was liberated prior to when Vulfred first joined the Nightwings. I never met Brighton in person, but I know him rather well by now, though for that matter, my boy, so do you. He studies your reaction for a moment, then. Brighton was born wealthy, but not special otherwise. You would have no reason to have heard of him. He was exiled for negligent misconduct. I do not know exactly why, and do not care for spreading rumors. I first heard of him through Arissa and Oralek, who found in me a suitable replacement following his liberation. They spoke little of him. Oralek gave the impression they did not see eye to eye, but he assured me I soon would hear from him myself. Indeed, as I became accustomed to the book which you know well by now, I soon began to hear the voice. Vulfred looks at you as if to see if you yet take his meaning. You see, my boy, after Brighton's liberation, he assumed a new identity within the Commonwealth, and a new responsibility to the triumvirate which liberated him. That voice you hear from time to time, whensoever the stars align, it's his. He is no longer Brighton. He is now none other than Archjustice Androboles IX himself, the Grand Judge and figurehead under whose watch the Commonwealth is governed in this day. Those who violate the law of the Commonwealth face sentencing by the appointed Archjustice. Liberated exiles gain certain burdens to their old triumvirates. They have much to thank them for, not just their freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. The theocratic rulers of the Commonwealth, they do not wear masks and raiments simply for the sake of ceremony. They are not who they appear to be. Their public pasts are nothing but a fabrication. Like Brighton, they once were exiles too. Brighton, that voice, he has no love for either one of us by now. He knows full well what we attempt to do, yet he is bound by the traditions of the rites. He shall always stand on ceremony and complain, but I think he knows deep down that he is powerless. How ironic that one of such high status in the Commonwealth should be so frightened of some long-forgotten exiles such as we. Anyway, that's Brighton for you. He must have seen in you the potential to be one of his staunch supporters for a time. If that's a path you'd wanted to pursue, I should apologize. Now then, whom else should we talk about? Talk about Orisa. You ask about Orisa, who you understand betrayed Oralak at the moment of his liberation, but then perished in the Shimmer Pool. I'm afraid you know the brunt of it, my boy, but I suppose you ought to know something of Orisa's past, lest you be quick to judge her solely by her actions. Mind you, I would never make excuses for the terrible choice she ultimately made, but her life, I understand, was very difficult. Orisa had been exiled for the foulest of acts. You could see it plainly branded on her face, such was the heinousness of what she did in the eyes of the Commonwealth. She was an apprentice blacksmith in her youth, taking up the post left by her brother. He had fallen in battle on the blood border, despite wielding their father's own lance and armor. Her father never quite recovered after this, and had grown cruel and detached. It was Orisa who took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible of her. One day, it was all too much for her. So when next he lashed out at her, she struck back. She struck back again, and again, and again. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was promptly cast into the downside for the crime, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Orisa always was intense in her demeanor, haunted by her father's memory. More than that, her chief motive for wanting back her freedom was, in hindsight, not a healthy one. She longed to join our nation's enemies, to build for the High-Wing remnants a great siege engine that could shatter the defenses of the Commonwealth and forever end our feud. What she ultimately did to Oralak, it was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. I do not think that it was simply evil, nor do I think that it was personal. I often wondered, though, if, in her final moments in the Shimmer Pool, she understood what she had done, and the depths to which she had fallen. For years, I must admit I hated her, but now, my only hope is that she found a peace untenable during her relatively short life in the downside and the Commonwealth. Furthermore, I hope the life of Orisa offers some perspective yet to those of us who have not made the same mistakes. Now then, was there something else? Ask about Oralak. You ask about what Oralak was like when he and Wulfrid first became acquainted. Wulfrid remained silent for some time. I was very, very sick, you know, when I first landed in the downside. The long trip down the river must have been a little much for me. It was Oralak who found me. He could not have known of my capacity to read before he revived me. He was a physician, intolerant of the sight of suffering of any kind. Not just any physician, mind you, a gifted and highly decorated one. He served on the front. Back then, skirmishes erupted frequently, and those such as Oralak, they had to deal with many casualties on either side. In time, he said he grew repulsed by what he saw. This sowed in his heart a yearning for an end to all the bloodshed, so he tried to use his status to negotiate a treaty with the High-Wing remnants. It must have gone about how you'd expect. He was given direct orders to return to the front, but when he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him to the downside. Here he gained the notice of the Nightwings, and before long he grew to be one of the finest rites conductors anyone had ever seen. He was instrumental in the liberation of his companions, whose roles in the Triumvirate were later filled by Orisa and me. In time, Oralak's own opportunity for freedom had come up. He longed for it, so that with his exalted status he might stand a better chance of negotiating peace. However, on the evening of his liberation, well, you know the story from that point. Volfred breathes a heavy sigh. He and I were kindred spirits for a while. I could not bear to think that he was gone, and now I still cannot entirely believe that he is back. He is our adversary now, transformed, grown cold. Still, part of me is happy that he lives. Make no mistake, of course. I shall not be swayed against our plan, not by Aurelek or anyone. As I have said before, we share a higher calling now. As for Aurelek, he wants his freedom still, although I wonder if he still remembers why. Anyway, was there something else, my boy? You bid Volfred a good afternoon and leave him with his memories. My pleasure, reader. Reflecting on the past from time to time helps demonstrate how far we've come, yet how much further we have yet to go.
Hey guys, so I don't know what's going on up there with all them stars all acting real weird and stuff, but let me tell you something here. You ain't gonna find a better deal on all this stuff from anybody. I mean anybody in the downside. You can trust me when I tell you that, okay? So go ahead, stock up.
Nope, wrong button. Once more you have gained the fall of Soliam, where one among you may go free, but first you shall have to prevail against the withdrawn in the liberation rite.
Liberatus.
Reader, your companions are gathered there under the fall. They shall be counting on you. Indeed. As the cycle of the rites turns ever faster, so too is our plan set in motion. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rites are ending. This is our chance, though let us not despair should victory elude us here. We shall make the most of whatever the scribes may have in store for us. That is to say, good luck, my boy. It's time. It's this one. Dullness the Locket. Turn off all the Titan stars, because screw that.
Once more, the Nightwings gain the summit of the sacred Mount Aladiel to conduct the liberation rite. Even as the stars themselves abandon you. Make good upon these final opportunities, reader. This glorious age-old tradition coming to an end upon your watch. I trust your adversaries, the withdrawn, shall not throw away this chance. Choose now who may go free, should they unfortunately fail.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. The bog dweller Udmilda appears from the shadows and reaches for her mask.
We are known to be Witch Udmilda, our adversaries. They are nothing to us or the one we serve. Ye shall be devoured in the coming age, an age of strife wrought down by the fell wings and many seeing eyes of Islak the Astralborn. You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Udmilda. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribes. The scribes, they failed to stop Islak, and he shall rise again. As for ye Nightwings, ye are no consequence to Islak's grand design.
She dons her mask once more.
Soon we shall return to the land which Islak shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood, and that of many, many others.
Nightwings, your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct the liberation rite? Reader, I would ask you to choose wisely, but I am sure you know no other way. And you, prepare your song, Tariq. Of course, Celeste.
Whom do you intend to liberate?
This time, I'm going to play for Rookie. Good choice there, chum, though if I get out of here, I don't know what you're gonna do without me.
Who shall stand with him?
Let us prevail on this night for you, Rookie, and for the good of our ailing nation.
Sir Gilman,
By this knight's honor he shall fight with all his might.
it is done.
Soon, Islak, very soon we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for ye, Night Wings, we have much in store for ye.
Commence.
Oops. Gotcha. Oops. Gotcha. Oops. No. No. Gotcha.
Islak, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befoul our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings. Damnation to the Scribes.
The invocation of Islak, your adversary Witched Milda's curse shall summon forth dark pools of banishing ichor wheresoever any exile is banished here this night. Dropped. No.
And there it is. At last. The Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Know that this front against Islag has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies. So, what now? I guess I'm just supposed to jump into this waterfall thing back here, and then that's it, home free. Home free. Something comes over him then. Now listen to me, chums. Don't any of you go thinking you're gonna miss me, yeah? You're gonna do just fine, even without old Rookie Greentail there to keep an eye out all the time, even though the rest of you are just a bunch of slowpokes and all that. Me, I'm gonna be so busy drinking myself silly on Commonwealth stock, I'm sure I'm soon gonna forget each and every one of you. But just in case I don't, you be sure to stop by and visit me if you get back there too. Just look for Mama Greentail's shop, right in the heart of town, you can't miss it. So yeah, stop by, say hi, you know? Now, I think I gotta go, so, excuse me. He drops into the shimmer pool and disappears within, although you can still hear him going on about something. Oh, let me tell you, this is weird in here. Hey, it's starting. Uh-oh, wait! Rookie earned back his freedom. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Rookie Greentail. The 8 scribes are watching from afar. By their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as long as possible.
This night wonders at times about why we are here, and which forces have transpired to bring us here together. Has Under King Ores himself taken an interest in this noble quest?
The rites demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony, and free of any doubt. I have grown more accustomed to being a part of the Nightwings of today.
Until the turning of the stars, farewell.
You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the Withdrawn in the Liberation Rite. Excellently done, Nightwings.
Perhaps this knight may too regain his honor.
You succeeded in liberating Rookie, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. We have but a few such liberation rites remaining. Exactly how many I do not wish to speculate about as yet, until such time as we can better say for certain. Under no circumstances would I suggest this as ideal. However, it is opportunity enough that our plan may as yet succeed. Probability of success, 53%. Although, all of these setbacks, I fear. Volfred trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. With the rites soon ending, everything which Volfred has sought, both on his own for many years and now with all of you, all of it may have been in vain. The hush spreads to the others. but not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of them seem to expect. You raise your voice. Each of your fellow exiles turns to you, their expressions asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? As you meet Tizo's gaze, the words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. You are searching to find the right words as all your fellow exiles are looking to you now. You tell them that you have all stood together time after time throughout this quest. Interact to consider a different way to put this, and are now poised to seize upon a glorious opportunity. Tell them that you have all struggled to have come this far across the downside. Your path to freedom is still laid bare before you all. True freedom is not waiting for you in the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, the stars themselves are shining on for you. All of what transpired cannot be mere chance. You now have a divine duty to uphold. Commonwealth is already in upheaval. But something far more vital is at stake. You see the imminent conclusion of the rites as a sign. It is a sign that the world is changing. You now have this opportunity to live with purpose, for your people, for all those who shall live on. You all stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for your people, is a world worth living in. If you can believe any of this, then believe above all in each other. Believe that the plan may yet be achieved. Trust that you may yet prevail together. After a brief period of reflection, you share one last sentiment with the group. The stars have not vanished. They have joined us. Thus do you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a time, but then... You see them too, mister. The scribes among the stars, how they are watching over us. Thou wouldst dare to change this ancient world, reading one, and yet thy words are tinged with certain truths. Tizo vows to stand with you no matter where your quest shall lead. May long the stars remain alight for you, reader, sir. All the while, Wolfred remains watching you intently. Then his expression softens and he smiles. You are right, of course, my boy. We are the Nightwings. It is precisely as you said. The stars have not vanished. They have joined us. Lead us, then, reader, to the end of our quest, and to the dawn of the new age for all our kin. Everyone, for the Nightwings! Everyone responds in kind. They stand with you no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision of the stars, which burn with renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. Each of the Nightwings gained +1 hope, permanently. The stars have joined us. The stars above now burn with what appears a desperate fury, many more of them than usual. They're all lit up. Well, most of them. The stars of the 8 scribes. They shine together now as one. The lone minstrel draws breath as though surprised by what he sees. He backs away and averts his eyes. This is another sign the rites are soon to cease. Few chances yet remain to confront the adversaries you have met during your journey. I should go for the Pyre Hearts again. Because screw Sir Deluge. The stars reveal to you a path toward the Hulk of Ores, where the rites shall soon continue. Come morning, your travels shall continue. For now, everyone needs rest. After the liberation rite, you find Sir Gilman in an uncharacteristically quiet and contemplative mood. He salutes you crisply with his tail. Glory to you, Master Reader, and glory to the noble Rookie Greentail. Long may he prosper in the Commonwealth. And in so doing, may he benefit the plan into which we have all been thrust. Then he falls silent for a time. You sense him growing very emotional. In noble Rookie, this knight found a kindred spirit, Master Reader. One of questionable honor, the greatest cunning, and such blinding speed as to befit a minstrel's tale. This knight fears our triumvirate lost something irreplaceable in him. Of course, this knight is also pleased that Rookie has achieved his freedom, very much so. And furthermore, this knight shall now continue training even harder than before. Rookie Greentail, this knight shall train on and until such time as he is swifter than the jagged lightnings of the deathless tempest. Now, Master Reader, this knight must beg his leave of you, for it is time, not for his rest, but for his training. Know that he is very grateful for your wisdom and your guidance in these rites. Between yourself and Master Rookie, you have instilled within this knight an unshakable resolve. He bows low and bids you a good evening. On Worth, in the words of Trieste Tithys, the Blessed-Born. The fallen empire of Sar was ruled according to an ancient bloodline thought to be infallible. Our society shall instead be by those who earn the privilege. We, the Eight, cannot bear the burden of determining your worth. It shall be determined by your peers and by you yourself. We shall provide a framing through the rites to put you to the test against yourselves, against your kin, against your adversaries. The downside cannot let us all go free. Thus, freedom to the worthy. As the worthy, your true calling then begins. As you return to a society which longs to learn the wisdom you have gained along your path, the worthy shall lead. There is no time now to return to Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars already urged you on. Everyone is ready to make haste for the Hulk of Ores. Fulfrid approaches as you fly above his hidden lair at the Moonlight Alcove. You cannot help but wonder if you shall ever return there. Oh dear Alcove, I've asked my agents to break down the place. It shall soon be gone if it isn't already. We shall not be returning. We've not the time to do so anyway, and with Orolek back among the living now, and no longer fond of me, I dare not think what he would do with it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they're found. Once all of this is over, those of us who do not manage to return, we shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least. Oh, hey. It's them. Your flight takes you near to where you breached past Stormwall into Deathless Tempest. With the climate in the downside intensifying, you wonder if the storm has spilled forth from its confines and started to ravage other regions of the land. Vocations are good. I need to go record my life real quick, though, so if you'll excuse me. Let's see, which of these is the BRB? That looks like the BRB. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Let me turn the BRB back off. The Beyonder Crystal seeks Wolfrid. That fancy-talking sap, you mean? I shall be interested to see if he has learned something since last we sparred like this. Then let us bring him forth. Soon Volfred appears in heat of the summons. So it is my turn then. Then let us see what we can do, my boy. Listen well, Sap, you answer to me here. As you will, O Sandra the Unseeing. Proper as ever, then, though I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Show me, then, what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead, and let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding as of yet. Not really. Ooh. Gotcha. No! Ah, dang it. That didn't do... That was the wrong button is what that was. I am grateful for the privilege of your time, good Sandra. Flattery shall never get you anywhere with me, Sap. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now farewell. I had not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed a bit. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Lose bow. Yo. A foreboding feeling stuck with you since your arrival in the steady currents of Underking Pass. Some of it spreads to others in the group. I don't think I feel good about this place. At least today I don't.
We mislike this wretched place.
You decide to focus on pursuing your vocations until the Black Wagon is ready to move on. The book seems to push back against you. Your sense of its hidden meaning crumbles under layers of contradiction, of missing details, and yet you feel a thorough knowledge of it now. It is more artifact than book. Its power almost solely rests with the reader, who makes time to form a certain meaning from the many passages unwritten. Yet the glimpse of knowledge you approached just then called back at you to stop and go no further, not to press too forcefully against the outer limits of your understanding. Nevertheless, for what you recognize shall have to be the final time, inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within. Even now you cannot tell. You look up to see the lone minstrel there. You had not noticed him. He looks up at you with his strange eyes, a color not unlike the bindings of the book, and he smiles at you faintly. The moment passes, and he turns to go about his business. He leaves you there. You realize you are clutching the Book of Rites to your chest. You manage to pull away. Halt! Everyone, I beg you, please forgive my rudeness here. The Black Wagon has shuddered to a stop en route to the Hulk of Ores. There is some commotion as the lone minstrel motions for everyone to be still. Someone is there, along our path ahead. He points into the distance. However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever the lone minstrel referred to. Still, he indicates caution. Strange. I do not believe I was mistaken. A tense moment passes, then another. Then the lone minstrel tenses up. Our guest. He is there. You look toward where he signals, and then at last you see the cause of his concern. There is no mistaking who it is. Oralek stands there, near motionless atop some forgotten rock jutting from the sprawling waters a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your Black Wagon. Yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for you all. The lone minstrel gets your attention, quietly. Reader, what do your senses tell you at this time? Oralek may have come with ill intent. You know what? Hail him. There has to be a way to reason with Oralek and bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. Perhaps you are correct. Let us try and make contact with him then as we proceed. You give the signal for the drive imps to start the wagon and head toward him. But just as you reach the point where Oralek once stood, it seems our guest has already departed. Let us remain watchful as we proceed on course. Indeed, Oralek is nowhere to be found now. The unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. Your wagon finally arrives at the Hulk of Aureus, where still there is no sign of Oralek or your next adversaries, for that matter. Your companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the rite's commencement. Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone with you. What are you doing here? Oralek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. Whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he is doing here and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. You watch him go about whatever he is doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. He shakes his head. All of these trinkets. This wagon. It is most different now. Welcoming, and yet I am unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, a mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? I'm their friend. You tell Oralek that you have traveled all across the downside with this group and count them as your trusted friends. It is a different group now than in his day. A friend, is it? Beware then, for the Nightwings do not always treat their friends with all due charity. Relay to them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them I shall have my night. He strides right past you toward the door, but then he turns to you again once more. I shall have my night. Then Oralek is gone. Several of your companions return as you exit the wagon. You explain what happened. However, none of them saw Oralek. Most concerning, reader. Though I am thankful you are well. Oralek, he always was a peaceful individual, and yet his disposition is much different now. Perhaps we had best inspect the wagon for any signs of tampering in light of these events. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the black wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. The search yields nothing. No one finds any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive imps seem calm. The incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is soon now to commence.
Oh, hey guys, let me tell you something real quick. Now, I happen to have heard that Mr. Greentail, he's moved on or something like that, right? Well, I just want you to know he was one of my most favorite customers, and because of that, I'm giving you the same great deals, okay?
Typhoon Bottle. When the bearer's triumvirate is banished, adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. Interesting. I wish I could afford it.
Hey, Harry.
I would kind of like this one. Ah, great, you guys. I knew you were discerning customers. Now you enjoy that one, okay? And remember, I still got the others too, and you can buy them if you want. Though these ones there are real popular, and so no refunds on these guys, you understand? But they're real good, so there's no chance you're gonna want to pawn them off. So be seeing you guys. You cannot survive the downside if you cannot get around. Howlers shall descend on you, or tempests shall shear you to pieces. That is just the way of it. Traveling through the environs is no simple feat. Consider yourself blessed if you were born a cur. If not, however, you shall have to find a means to cross these lands without the benefit of 4 strong paws. Luce Glorian believes this untamed land can be traversed through means unnatural. I thought at first that he meant sorcery, but he suggests invention. He speculates that carriages could cross this land by harnessing its fury. A wild thought. In my case, paws shall have to suffice. Once more you have returned to the Hulk of Ores, and your companions stand ready beneath a still night sky, awaiting the commencement of the rites. You overhear some of their words to one another as you await the signal in the stars. The Pyre Hearts should be here any moment now. Let's make short work of them then. Just then you observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above, and your companions soon fall silent. Another one, the tattered mantle.
Reader returns, along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries, the Pyre Hearts. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
You! Again, you come to torment us. You must have let us win last time.
Your adversaries are prepared, reader. Who shall conduct the rites on your behalf?
Choose quickly your triumvirate. Sir Gilman.
feel like that should be a
It
good
is
combination. Oh, I'm ready for them.
We are not afraid of you, especially not this night. Worm Knights attack!
Now begin.
Where the hell am I? There I am.
The first dousing.
Oops.
Spectacular!
No!
How very fortunate. Now that is how to snuff a flame.
Oops.
From burning flame to ash. Your
Damn it.
fire weakens. Now take it. That Vulfred plunged into the flame. All for naught.
Oops. Dang it.
Another most inglorious defeat is imminent. This knight can feel it in his bone.
Singular?
Quite the close call there, no? A blow against the adversary's fire. Your victory is at hand. Someone there rose to the occasion. And it is done.
There we go.
The Nightwings prevail. They proved superior to their adversaries. The right is ended.
This knight, he knew he had no chance. For shame.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes. You may go now, at your earliest convenience.
Back at the Black Wagon, you find the Lone Minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they thwarted the Pyre Hearts in the right. It is plain to you that none of them look well. The Lone Minstrel notices you there and turns to you. Reader, the faster turning of the cycle of the rites has put a strain on everyone. We have multiple cases of banishment sickness this time. It is fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the coming rite, because I fear that this group here requires rest. You bid Sir Gilman a swift recovery, and he nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with Pamitha, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Fulfred, it is clear to you he wishes to be left alone right now. You leave the lone minstrel to look after them and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining in the dark outside. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Okay. The accusers. Them. And them. Let's go fight the accusers. I don't like him. We should keep him out of the thing. Out of the place. I see it's time we met again with Lyndall and the accusers. We can make for the cairn of Haub at first light, my boy. Let us recover through the night for now. It is too late to do much else.
The Pyre hearts all follow in the path forged by the Underking Ores, whose many mighty deeds exceed the smallish stature that somehow contained him. It is the most spirited triumvirate, their courage unfaltering, their hearts full. They live always with vigor, and perhaps they die with it as well. They are the Underking's own kind, as at home above the sea as in it, never ceasing, ever longing, as they do, for something more. The Underking chose wisely for these qualities, and teaches that a life devoid of passion is a life devoid of life itself. That burning passion is the fuel that drives the Pyre hearts, and in turn, us all.
Harry?
Hey.
He's being crazy.
Sempre miseria.
The forbidding cairn of Haub lies below. Not many exiles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear that the listless remains of Shaq's 6 shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. Others simply do not want to pass through to flagging hands. Few know its true significance as we do, although your adversaries, the accusers, should be on their way there now. Soon you shall confront them once again. Shunt. A rocky northern pass toward the ominous cairn of Haub. You sense an unusual presence here, bearing word of your adversary, Lyndall. Here. Good supply of stardust. Stardust is good, but I'm interested in what this might mean. Contact the apparition. Some sort of entity lurks beyond the veneer of reality and beckons you to treat with it. As you walk through a dark corner of Shunt, a rocky northern pass toward the ominous Garen of Haub, you sense a presence of some sort which reaches out to you. It presents to you a vision of the adversary you expect to face in the coming rite. The apparition is aware of your next adversary in the rites, Lindel. It offers to sway the coming rite against him in your favor. Except, and your adversary shall suffer a misfortune that inhibits his performance. Nothing permanent, it claims. Decline, and the apparition shall extend its offer to Lindel instead. You thank the apparition for its generous offer and accept what it proposed. A moment later, the apparition folds in on itself and disappears. As you head back to the Black Wagon, you cannot help but wonder what exactly it intends to do. Lindel shall suffer -1 hope, presence, and quickness in the next rite.
You are nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless simpleton. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You wake from what little sleep you managed this past night. Once more the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. If the voice truly is that of the Archjustice Andromeles IX himself, as Wolfred indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. A messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side comes huffing toward your wagon here in the dry flats of Jomur Valley. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment, as Ruki would have done. The imp's message turns out to be about him. You learn Ruki's past transgressions have all been forgiven since his return to the Commonwealth. He was even offered a well-appointed home and place of business. It must have represented just the kind of lavish lifestyle that Ruki always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually, and somewhat reluctantly however, he refused the gifts. Instead, he tracked down Wolfred's agents and gave them ample information, thus emboldening their ranks. The last bit of the message sounds as though it was transcribed word for word from something Ruki said. It simply reads, "The rest of you better get back here soon, or else." You thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon it has all your companions talking. Hard to believe he would have turned down living in that kind of luxury, though maybe he got used to it out here. Don't you think he must be sad to have turned down a house? I hope he isn't sad. I had every faith that our friend Ruki would stand tall and rise to the occasion. Ah, the noble Ruki! He sets a shining example unto us all. Tizo is happy to learn that Ruki joined the revolution in the Commonwealth. It seems that Greentail had himself a conscience after all. We understand this Ruki holds no small degree of influence, at least among his kind. The news of Ruki's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. The messenger imp accepts some scraps to eat from you and rushes off. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next rite. How ironic that the shattered remnants of the Bone Titan's Shaxx Six Shoulders, that is so hard to say, which once stood vigilant over the archway into the flagging hands, remain now as forbidding as when that horrid monster still possessed unnatural life. After little Haub dispatched the Bone Titan in a feat of ingenuity, Shaxx's pieces fell onto the valley floor, forming a set of standing stones which Haub marked. Further, traces of the Titan's glacial blood coagulated into perfect frozen drops which still shimmer in the darkness. Six Shoulders seems to start reanimating when the stars above him dance a certain way. Paint the sigil then in the shining light. Oh. Xylobones. Would that we all could become musical instruments ere our bones turn to dust.
Xylobones?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's funny. And kind of cool.
Oh, it's you guys. Good, because I was just thinking I could use a customer like real bad today, or just in general, you know? You guys take care, okay? And thanks for doing business.
Is that a new page? Yes, it was. I know of no polite way to describe the climate here. It oppresses every living thing except perhaps the native flora in a few specific areas. Once more, the recommended course is to keep moving. Moving keeps you warm when it is cold, or when it is very hot, you use what strength you can to move to somewhere you can think and breathe. The weather in the downside seems intrinsic to the different regions, which my good friend Molten Malith shall describe. Shelter can be difficult to find, and you cannot stay in it for very long. Perhaps, however, shelter can accompany you rather than constrain you. As the sky above the cairn of Hobe darkens, your companions watch in silence and await the commencing of the rites. Pamitha speaks up after a time. Never ceases to be awkward waiting around like this. Now everything is ready and the stars begin to shine once more, precisely as foretold.
Limbless Erazak. still very cross with you, you know. To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold. Son.
You. We are ready for you, Nightwings. Come, accusers, let us crush them and be done here quickly.
Who shall it be this time? Tizo. Jodariel. Faye. Very well.
Okay, I think I am ready. Come then, Nightwings, we are prepared for you.
Now begin. The Nightwings are first to strike the adversary's flame.
Blast! Come, accusers, we cannot let them set us back again.
The fire of resolve. This is the path to glory.
Oops.
Meddlesome imp.
Nope.
All three Nightwings. Poof. Unacceptable. A show of strength from the Nightwing's opponents.
Nope.
No, you don't.
Here we go.
Bask in the purified flame. Let's see you Nightwings keep this up. Tizo takes the plunge. So it is. Once more like that, and we are finished here. Oh dear.
Nope.
Oh, you poor Nightwings. A decisive blow. Now.
Nope.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail yet again. And such a well-conducted victory it was. The rite is done.
Blast. That a decorated constable of the Commonwealth should end up having to consort with fools as these, in these accursed robes and miserable circumstances. Those damned scribes certainly exist, for it is clear they have no love for me, or anyone of decent birth and station. Tizo hopes that Lindell trips upon his raiments in the dark. Would it be coarse to take a bit of pleasure from his outrage?
There is much to learn from this experience.
The rites would have me think that I have nothing left to learn, whether that be a falsehood or a contradiction, I am yet uncertain. Nonetheless, I shall press on, for the limits of my mastery always have exceeded my grasp, and I expect they always shall.
Praise be to Solium. Now go and wallow in the downside for a while.
There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles secured victory over the accusers in a convincing manner. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better, at least, and express gratitude to Tizo, Jodariel, and Faye for their efforts. Just then the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you, and follow him back out into the darkness. The stars above seem to be few and fading, and yet one still shines, defiant. Oh, it's the Pyre hearts again. You notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you, regarding the night sky. The Gate Guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fall of Soliam for a long time. We have seen so much. And so, I am a bit taken aback is all to see something which I have never seen. You look upon the stars together for a while, then... I wish for you good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. The lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late, and you need rest. The Black Wagon shall have to take flight again come morning. Anything in here? No. Okay. Going to fly around a little bit and look for things like these. You soar near to the border of the sand folds where your companions first found you in the downside long ago. Exiles cast downriver wash up on the southern edge of the downside in an unlivable waste. Exiles who survive the river journey are then left to struggle here. There's nothing for you there, and you wish never to see it again. Gertrude slithers up to you as the Black Wagon passes through the skies above her former abode.
Our kind who lurk below, they would scarce believe we soar above them now. We told them when Sandalwood came to fetch us that we shall not return for some time. Our most accomplished laborers, with whom we shared so many moons in exile, we trust that they shall carry forth the reputation of our services, for we taught them all we know.
She seems almost nostalgic as she lists off the various services provided at Big Gertrude's. Curses, balms, potions, powders, cleaning reagents, sleep medicines, fungicides, seances. Big Gertrude's earned quite a name for itself throughout the downside for these and other things.
When we are finished here, provided we do not return from whence we came, we shall return to our establishment and carry on our business there, for there is much demand.
Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as Temple High Road and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. The lone minstrel observes all this alongside you. Inclement weather we have seen lately, reader, sir. We ought to be able to make landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. Then, I suppose this means we soon shall see Celeste once more. Then I shall go tell everyone to prepare for landing. You arrive once more among the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodiel. It appears that Sir Deluge and the Pyre Hearts have already arrived along the other route. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Tizo on a brief expedition to the monument of Molten Malith.
Greetings to you once again, great-grandfather. You should know how often I often think of you, more often these days even than before. The friends whom I now serve, I think that they could use your help if you are willing to impart it. You know I do not like to ask you favors, but I think this is important.
You return to the wagon once he has finished paying his respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. Tizo gained +3 glory for the next ride. Holy crap. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You sit down with Volfred to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment and how to return from it. You sense he is beginning to understand. Banishment as failure is a time for careful introspection. That didn't quite level him up. Dang. Tizo seems to be in the midst of conversation with the lone minstrel as you approach the two of them. The little imp appears perturbed about something. And above all, he was very, very loyal. Fiercely so, in fact. All throughout the land knew better than to underestimate him in spite of his little stature. In that respect, Tizo, and in many others I might add, your great-grandfather was very much like you. Tizo seems to be asking the lone minstrel to confirm he is not playing some sort of prank. I am being serious. Have you known me to be the jesting sort? Tizo seems to be admitting the lone minstrel has always been sincere with him. Just so. Then please do not denigrate yourself, for you are not only his heir, but you are my remaining link to him, and thus to all the 8. And more importantly, you are my friend. Tizo is grateful to the lone minstrel for his kind words, and considers him a friend as well. The Nightwings need you now, more so than ever. Then the lone minstrel turns to you. Is that not so, reader? Heartily concur. You concur with the lone minstrel's assessment of Tizo as a most remarkable and irreplaceable member of the group. He is an extraordinary imp indeed. At this, Tizo rushes up to you and gives you an imp hug. Tizo is grateful to you for your kindness and your support of him. Tizo bounds off happily as the lone minstrel looks on. And there he goes. Thank you indeed, reader. Tizo sometimes loses sight of all that makes him special, a quality uncharacteristic of his kind, but not so much uncommon among yours. Once there was a time when he was the sole imp able to conduct the rites. Since then, however, other triumvirates have found imps with the capacity for it. They make for useful allies, no? More than willing to conduct the rites whilst having no desire to leave this place, although little Tizo does have dreams of visiting the Commonwealth. In any case, I'm certain he shall continue to serve the Nightwings faithfully. The lone minstrel bows his head on his way out, bidding you a good rest of the afternoon. Tizo gained +1 hope for the next rite. Only one place to go. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian regards you all above an archway carved from stone. The exiles of the Nightwings. You must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the rites shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared. And as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq? Aye, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now each of you come forth. Please state your names and what is it that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The Gate Guardian regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste? Or shall I remain here? She looks at him a while. You are free to accompany them, Tariq. As you will, Celeste. Until we meet upon the summit, then. Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in, I guess. You got here right on time because I was just thinking maybe I would close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good and everything. It's been a little slow in spots, a little slow is all, so I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What would you say to that? Go for it. You suggest to Falcon Ron that a sale might be a good idea to liven things up a bit. Oh, well, I guess maybe that's a way to look at things, and so then I'm gonna think about it, stew on it a while, but no promises, okay? So, you buying something here or what? Shooting Star. The bearer can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. I wish I could afford that. You guys didn't see nothing, huh? Nothing I could afford.
I was able to half pay attention, but was busy. Things are coming to a head.
Mm-hmm.
Also, did the dog scribe invent the RV?
What? No, Luce Glorian did.
I thought it was, what's his name, Minimates, that said that about the shelter, taking shelter with you.
He said something about that, but he said it was... He said something about it being Luce Glorian's idea. There was some page that said something about that.
Yeah,
Shelter can accompany you rather than constrain you. Yeah, Luce Glorian believes this untamed land can be traversed through means unnatural. I thought at first that he meant sorcery, but he suggests invention. He speculates that carriages could cross this land by harnessing its fury, a wild thought. In my case, my pause shall suffice.
That diagram looks like a sandwich. Also, the xylobone is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they all femurs?
Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the Firehearts. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both. I've traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years rather than striving here under the stars? you yet feel an obligation to correct the Commonwealth toward a better course. Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast into exile. You cannot abide the state of things within the Commonwealth. There is so much needing to be changed there. It seems then that you would face a greater challenge there than even here. Your Commonwealth sounds to be a country rather set upon its ways. Of course, that is the nature and ambition of the plan of which you are a part. 59%. May your actions here help bring about the future you desired on the other side. Just then the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn.
Is Tariq native to here?
I don't think he is.
He's apparently not exiled from the Commonwealth.
No. I think Tariq and Celeste are neither from the downside nor from the Commonwealth, but from somewhere beyond. The burden of the question of who most deserves their freedom is about to weigh upon you once again.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the Pyre heart soon douse those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Pyre hearts, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Sir Deluge tentatively slithers forward and starts to struggle with his mask.
This knight is called Sir Deluge. He is among the most decorated knights of the Sea Dominion, having survived many, many battles. Record well these proceedings, for his valor shall soon become the stuff of legend, and probably some of your songs.
Is it not so that you have fled from every battle in which you were expected to fight, Sir Deluge? Or have our messengers all been misled in this?
Lies! Spread no doubt by the detestable Nightwings. Their treachery is such that they dared steal one of our own triumvirate.
It is for the triumvirates to decide who shall stand with them. If one of your Pyre hearts was taken in by the Nightwings, then ask yourself why your companion would have left.
Let's see his entire plot.
This knight knows why full well, because not all who hail from the Sea Dominion seem to know the meaning of honor. Now, Nightwings, for the grave injury which you have caused the Pyre hearts, we hereby challenge you. Know that this knight would strongly prefer a traditional duel to the death. Such a shame that bloodshed is against the rules.
He somehow puts his mask back on.
Pyre hearts, protect your liege at all costs. His liberty depends on it, and if this knight is not getting out of here, then neither are you.
Oh, goodness. Here I thought Deluge had experienced some growth.
Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose, quickly. May you heed your heart in making your choice, reader. I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq?
Felanta Ceres.
Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
And may like 30 curs urinate on the statue of the voice this night.
Okay, it's Jodariel's turn again.
He's apparently the same guy, so.
Different judge
Oh, he's
of the
a
same
different guy.
name. Yeah. Oh, somebody said something at some point. Was that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Talk about the invention of the RV. She can knock people out by hucking them to the door about them.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Jodariel.
Again, despite having had my chance already.
Who shall stand with her?
Yes, well, you deserve it yet, and it wasn't your fault that you failed last time. There were shenanigans and tomfoolery afoot. Well, if the judge has any statues of him, I hope someone pees on those.
Tizo.
Fizo is determined to help Jodariel prevail this time. Remy, don't jump up on the desk.
Alright. There you go.
Atta girl. And Gilman. Because I need me a speedy boy.
Sir Gilman.
This time for certain! Look, just go easy on this knight, okay? Because he hasn't had it easy, and his fellow worm knights kind of want him out.
They want to be rid of him, eh?
Commence.
A moment, Sir Deluge. Ah, what is it, you? This knight is trying to concentrate here. This knight has a burning question which he must ask of you, sir. What do you gain if you prevail here? You who fled the siege of the Spiral Sanctum, what would you do if you returned unto that land?
Sir Deluge squirms in an uncomfortable-looking way, but does not respond.
You would be returned to an even higher station on the front, you know, good Sir Deluge, where you might brave many more battles for the glory of the Commonwealth. Is that your wish? Shut up, Gilman! What would you know of it? This night, he shall survive, whatever it shall take, whether in the Sea Dominion, the Commonwealth, or in this blasted place. Now he is getting out of here. You could have survived too, but no, we are enemies. And once this knight is free, he shall make everybody in the Commonwealth aware of your great treachery. Oh, why is it raining now? Just as this knight was beginning to think things could not possibly get worse for him. Now our poor Pyre is getting soaked. Although...
Sir Deluge must have realized this disadvantage applies equally to you as it does to the Pyre Hearts. Henceforth, your pyres shall be gradually drained by the rainfall.
Yeah. Well, that will end them in 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is, at last. The Night Wings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite.
Really?
And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful
Does the Pyre
sentences.
Hearts beat you down that one time? Because they just got owned horrifically.
This knight knew this was too good to be true.
After all this time, she turns her gaze toward the rest of you. I never thought this day would come. I have all of you to thank for this, for doing this for me. The life that I recall back in the Commonwealth was at times difficult, and I am much older now. I know not what I shall find on my return. However, I know this. If that place still is like the Commonwealth I left so long ago, then I shall strive to make it better, for as long as I retain my strength and breath. You see her smile faintly as she disappears into the shimmer pool, though you still can hear her voice, though faintly now. Farewell then, reader, all of you, for now. Jodariel earned back her freedom. May she return in glory.
Yeah, I vaguely heard it. Where came up like weird second thoughts?
The scribes are watching even now,
A little bit?
watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
You prevailed in the liberation against the Pyre Hearts. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Jodariel, who returned to the Commonwealth.
Yeah, how long? It's been like
Yes,
17 years at one point. I don't know how long these cycles have been, just at many moons, so...
Mm-hmm.
18, 19? I don't know.
You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. Tizo is sad that Jodariel is no longer here, yet happy for her. Surely the good Jodariel would rather that we celebrate than grieve. Okay, thanks. Hey, Harry. You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Our plan approaches a key turning point. 67%.
Thanks, Jadariel. She jumped right on it.
Mm-hmm. Let us ensure it soon comes to fruition, not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. But we have little time now for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all of this. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. The few remaining stars still shine for you.
No, so that wasn't the final liberation, right?
Nope. Okay, I dislike these guys the most, so let's go fight them. And I also seem to trounce them the hardest, so... Or at least I have the 2 times that I fought them.
Tinder Stealth doesn't seem to be made a very tough stealth.
Nope. Now the stars bid you to return to the Pit of Malith, where you shall stand against the Chastity once again. Your adversary, H. Manly Tinderstaff, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. His last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside striving to be free, your adversaries, your companions, and even you yourself are running out of time. After the liberation of Jodariel, you find the lone minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had just occurred this night. You think you see him tilt his head as you approach. Some words of congratulations are in order for this evening, I should think, reader, and so, congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Jodariel shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought benefit the plan in which you all now play a part. As for your adversaries of the Pyre Hearts, this must have been a bitter loss for them and Sir Deluge, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for the time, as now Scribe's Gate is sealed. I await when next we all shall meet, when next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes which yet shine down for us. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner and bids you a good rest of the evening. On history. This book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do.
I see someone's done just that, so something.
At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the Pit of Malith, but soon after, the stars shall draw you here again. The inverted fall of Soliam roars into the sky. Somewhere beyond it lies the Commonwealth, beyond your vision and beyond your grasp. Alas, that we can't simply fly on back up to our homeland. This wagon has its limitations, I'm afraid. But we shall return yet. Let us continue now along the path.
Why is the symbol of the forked star so large back there? Like, wasn't it the symbol of the sort of the arch?
Pleasure to encounter you within the skies themselves, O Nightwings. They deliberately crashed into us, Father, yet you still address them in such a cordial manner. Now, I am certain that this was an honest accident, and it appears no lasting damage has been done. Please, take the helm, as I shall go to start to pick up the fallen artifacts which shook free from the walls after the impact. Perhaps some of these old heirlooms may yet be repaired with adhesives drawn from certain flora we may find along our long and difficult quest. Damn you, Nightwings. You stay away from us. Sorry. Something of value. What's Ignarius doing here? We aren't facing him. You arrive again in the darkest corners of Flagging Hands, already anticipating the sinking feeling that comes with the place. This time, Bertrude has something to say for it. We shall show ye how to withstand the less pleasant qualities of this locale. She reveals various salves and minor enchantments that help to counteract the spirit draining effects of the region. Soon everyone is feeling better, if but for the assurances. Henceforth you shall not suffer penalties to hope in this region. Thanks be to Bertrude.
Thanks, Bertrude.
Scry for information. Your senses guide you to a scrying pool somewhere in the darkest corners of the fallow field, and you look upon the waters. Soon you experience a vision of Ignarius, who stood against Udmilda and the Withdrawn in his most recent rite. What a joke. You ain't never gonna take the Nightwings if that's all you got.
You interfere with the rebirth of Islak. Foolish.
Cry all you want. Ain't gonna change a thing. Let's go, boys. The vision fades. It seems the Tempers prevailed against the Withdrawn sometime not long ago, gaining the favor of the scribes. You wonder where their paths have taken them since as you return to the Black Wagon to pursue your vocations.
Good job, Ignarius. I have the weirdest sense it's surprisingly important to keep her suppressed.
Okay, she is furthest from a level, so let's...
Inconveniently, mentoring doesn't seem to interact with inspiration at all.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of a waste to do it from Wilfred, but did not work like that. Sneaky game.
Very well, then. Educate us if thou canst.
You and Bertrude spend some time reviewing some of the specific aspects of the rites, such as the properties of the aura. You've sensed she gained something from it.
This land, so rife with eldritch knowledge long forbidden in the Commonwealth, we learn the stuff of fear itself.
Nothing to fear about that.
Now let's do the wider angle. Big blast.
We confess thine observations continue to be of intrigue.
Big Gertrude's big old blast. It's big.
At dawn, Volfred finds you shortly before the wagon is set to depart. It seems we are once more to face the foolish Manly, then, if I'm to understand. He shall be rather desperate to secure his chance at liberation. Let us be extra vigilant against him. Volfred rejoins the others in making final preparations for departure. As you prepare to set forth, you sense his mixed emotions about the coming ride. Thought I saw something over there, but I can't go that way, so...
Hey, you guys, where's your friend? You know, the big one with the horns, likes frowning and stuff like that. Something happened there, or what? Heard a crazy story she just flew on out of here or something. Anyways.
Stardust and scribe snuff.
I can sell the horn now. Which might leave me enough to get something cool.
You can also sell the alpha thing, is it that one?
Alpha thing?
Alpha thing?
No, that's
it's
the
an ornament
perfect.
thing.
Yeah. Let's really rank up Haub's wing. Just let him flutter and zip everywhere. 85%!
Turning Tizo into a ringer, are we?
Mm-hmm. Must be our lucky day here. I don't know what, Dad. You reach the celestial landmark and soon will stand against your adversaries. By now, having to make preparations for the rites has become second nature to your companions. They go about the process efficiently, and this time in almost total silence. Cannot shake the sense that the routine shall not go on much longer. Volfred approaches and confirms to you that the Nightwing's sigil is set. Everyone has their books and raiments, and the grounds are ready. Everything should be in order.
Verame tempus.
This long ordeal of ours, one way or another, it shall soon be ended. Reader, the coming days are going to be difficult. No matter what should happen from this point, I am grateful to have had you by our side in all of this. It is strange to put it this way, but I feel very fortunate. You and Volfred stand together in silence for a time, looking for the stars above to show some indication that the rite is to commence. It is taking too long. Concern begins to well up in you, but then... put Arizek back on, since this is not a liberation rite.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
The pyres on each side are burning bright. From across the field, you observe the leader of the Chastity approach and remove his mask. Aho, the Nightwings, come at last to stand once more directly in our way. I sometimes think you've done this just to spite me, or is that not so?
It's funny.
Though hold your tongues, I do not even care to hear from you, in fact. The time for civil discourse has gone by. All that remains is bitter rivalry between the greatest of triumvirates and yours.
Who
Best
shall
burning
besmirch
message.
the Nightwing's name?
Let's have Bertrude take point. So let's see what they have. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Yeesh. Okay. Actually, Instead, let's have Pamitha take point.
Pamitha.
Wolfred be the anchor.
Wolfred.
And Faye can run. Faye can be our other.
Faye,
Shiro-sama?
if that is all, then.
If this is really the last time that we will face the Chastity, then may the 8 scribes watch over them and us here and now and wherever our paths lead.
Oh, you Nightwings. But now I ought know better than to waste my breath on you. Know that the indignity which you have put me through shall not go unopposed.
Commence. A flame is stricken. Onward thus to greater glory.
Have faith in Europe and Empire for $15.
Blessed be.
Oh, how very charming this display. But quit it now and let Old Manly put an end to all of this before you make a terrible mistake. Ah, close.
So close.
Quite the turn of events.
Ah, damn it.
The orb flies true.
What?
A mere attempt.
But, come on. Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
'Tis what the scribes ordain. Oh. Absolution. And it is
No,
done.
okay, guys, just let her walk in. Jeez.
Yep.
Nightwing's
They didn't even try.
prevail. Mayhap the scribes shall simply smite them down next time. Thus end this night's proceedings.
I guess that's that. The Chastity, they won't have much of any chance of getting out of here anymore, will they? Well done, Nightwings. As for the Chastity, though they fought us fiercely many times, I doubt that it shall be enough. May they find mercy in this land.
The scribes. I knew that they would favor us, I think. Although I hope that they show mercy to the Chastity, too.
Why you have spurned me thus, Nightwings, I shall never understand. You bring great harm unto our country by preventing my return. Know that your wrongful deeds are duly noted.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
Here we go.
I knew someday that even Wolfred there would see the light.
Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be a part of it myself, it nourishes the spirit. The big one.
I eagerly await our next such outing.
Inside the wagon, after triumphing over the Chastity, Wolfred is discussing the aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. The path to freedom calls to you again.
That was quick.
That was quick. Oh.
Ah, poor Dalbert.
Poor Dalbert. Win or lose, I won't feel bad about this one. The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such time as it shall shudder to a halt. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought to focus on the path in front of him. When we set forth to walk a long and labored path, it can be all too much if we stand back and look upon it as a whole. We may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk whilst casting down our gaze, and whilst resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough we may arrive where we endeavored. The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Any new pages? No.
What are you running over those squares for? Rude.
Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False Nightwings. Orlek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. That should have been louder. Again you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. Bertrude or Pamitha? Pamitha's probably who I'm sending home this time. So I should probably give her the blessing. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodiel after your encounter with Orlek. Orlek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Dalbert and the Fate upon the summit. But first, you may prepare. Seek the Sapscribe's favor. Favor? Later that afternoon, you accompany Pamitha through the fading glory of Temple High Road to the monument of Luce Glorian. What'll you do when all of this is over, Pamitha? You going to run away? Let's face it, you're probably not getting out of here. So then you can either go live out your days under some rock somewhere, or maybe these who call you their friend, maybe they mean it. You return to the wagon after she's finished paying her respects. The summit awaits, but first, there's time to continue practicing your vocations. +2 presence. You find Pamitha by herself again, though her expression has grown darker than her custom. Leave me be, would you, reader darling? Trying to get some good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Leave me be, reader. Just leave me be, reader. Just leave me be. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or mind. What you'll find there isn't pretty. Yet something about her thought process is different to you now. You know that with her conditioning, she can resist your scrutiny, but now her thoughts are laid bare to you. So
she's asking you to leave her be, though.
She's asking you to leave her be, but she's not hiding her thoughts like she has in the past.
That's very interesting. Just have her thinking, leave me be, leave me be, leave me be as well.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. Alright, I'll leave her be. Pamitha's thoughts are her own business. The fleeting connection between you soon is severed. Thoughts are loathsome things, reader. It is difficult to know how best to hide them. Mine are plain enough for you to see by now. She exhales and looks askance. You know by now why I am in this mess with all of you. You could say I lacked Tamitha's sense of commitment, her zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown, or something worse if she could have her way. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening that way, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth-forged steel. Wielded with the utmost of mercy, of course. Well, I had little patience for the senselessness of it myself. Became a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself and others killed someday, so when she was to fly out on this one big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But after she was caught, your people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there were such risks, of course, and yet a chance is still a chance. Tamitha was clipped and cast down. A mercy, they called it. I did not see it that way. And in my growing protests of her treatment, I was soon enough to follow. She falls silent for a while. I haven't yet decided if I entirely regret my actions, but I do seek Tamitha's forgiveness and wish that she could see my thoughts for what they are, as it seems you can. Then she might realize our nation's people have much more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which of them's the stupider. She brushes past you and out of the wagon for now.
I agree with her. The blood border probably shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
It's existed for so long, it's going to be pretty darn hard to make it stop, but at the same time, when it's existed for so long that nobody really knows quite why they're fighting, that can often lead to an opening.
Something Falcon Ron values. Or a potent serum. Okay, what's at the floating rings? Solemn vow. Something you forged in the Mount Elodiel region. Huh, okay.
It's worth $83.
Here in the ancient formations of Mount Elodiel, you encounter a messenger imp come to deliver news and rumors from the other side.
That's Jodariel doing.
The news this time pertains to Jodariel, whom you liberated at the fall of Solion. You learn Jodariel's past transgressions have all been forgiven. She soon was to be reinstated on the Blood Border on the presumption that she wanted her old status back. In fact, she was offered an especially prestigious leadership position in the First Veil, an elite Blood Border platoon shrouded in secrecy other than the famous results of its operations. The Commonwealth's veiled leaders always were surrounded by sentinels in similar garb. For a demon such as she could not be seen in the streets. But she refused the gesture, rather bluntly, the report suggests. Instead, she sought Volfred's agents, as well as several of her former fostered sons and daughters, and so the ranks of the revolution grow stronger. The last part of the messenger imp's news must have been damaged in transit, though appears to be in Jodariel's own words. All you can tell is that it says, await. You thank the messenger imp for relaying this information. Your companions are excited to discuss the news.
Very annoyed with my brain right now.
Oh?
Demon in the streets. Don't really want to finish that because I'm not sure where to take it.
Do you think she still has her horns now that she's back up there? She is an inspiration to us all, or to this night she is at least. Having someone of Jodariel's will and stature with us on the other side shall pave the way toward a brighter future. We can envision it, a demon such as she, set loose within the Commonwealth. Tizo is fired up about the news of Jodariel's return to the Commonwealth. Wonder what the rest of her message said. The news of Jodariel's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. +1 hope in the next rite. You are returned once more to Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you, Tariq. This is to be one of our final meetings. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards I would have words with you in private, if you please. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Now all of you come forth. Please state your names and what is it that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Once more, your companions cross the gate one after another, and once more you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. And Tariq? I, Celeste. You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours. Certainly, Celeste. Everyone, I shall see you shortly. Oh, hey, guys, it's gotten real cold again up here, but it's worth it. Let me tell you, got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little since I have been waiting here a little while, I guess. But are you buying anything?
Whoa.
Feel sorry for that poor guy.
Definitely selling something.
Sun serum. Star serum.
Oh, so
Do you do
close.
kinds of serum? Sun serum one.
Permanently.
Permanently one up.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I'll buy some of these fortified serums.
Drink two of them.
Yes.
Unless you're considering, I don't know, selling a couple of rings you shouldn't have bought, or other things you don't use.
I don't know, I thought maybe our ranks would be replenished with, you know, mooks like the other teams get.
It's like little nameless imps.
Well, not imps necessarily, but like, you know, they get other people from around. Maybe we would find people too that wouldn't get legendary.
That's not where the story went, apparently.
Nope. Okay, I'm going to give him the... I think. Yeah, he gets the presence one. And Volfred gets the quickness one. Because he's slow.
Get down to quickness.
Appreciate you doing business, and you guys be sure to tell your friends, okay?
A little buying crap from him revealed a couple of pages.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Downside dining. In the words of Jomir Minimane, the Alpha Chief. How to sustain oneself with food and drink in such a place as this? The less said of it, the better. Do not complain, observe, and above all, keep moving. Sources of sustenance avail themselves to those with keener sense. In warmer climates, search the ground at break of day for subterraneans. In colder places, dig for them, give them purpose. Drinking pools are rare, but moisture in abundance outside of the sandfolds. Some is poisonous, take only what you need. The downside limits any opportunity for excess, but it provides enough amenities to meet the needs of life. One who withstands it cannot help but feel a sense of gratitude. Ailments in the downside often give no warning when they strike. Those who keep moving and make no attempt to settle, they reduce their risks. The afflictions come in multiple varieties. In the bogs of flagging hands, a pallor tends to sink into the skin, and then into the mind. The nauseating sea of solace north of there is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environs bring their own specific side effects. My coat is not as lustrous now. My fangs are long. Like all aspects of the downside, all these ailments share a purpose: to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm. Accept them, surpass them, move on.
Ooh, Amethyst biography. Conspiracy, insurrection. Only jailed 4 years.
Hey, Harry.
Here's what it does to attend to. Which means staring at it. Like a creature.
The time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the Fate, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches as you await the signal from the stars. There is something that I wish to ask you, reader. Something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? Yeah, given the rate at which it's been going, it does feel like this is the next to last one.
Yeah, there's like 2 rights and a liberation right. 1 right and a liberation right. So presumably after this liberation right, there's going to be
Another one.
Liberation right.
Yeah.
And that's when Orlok is going to show up.
Yep. You tell him the only logical deduction which you have been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late, that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I wished to make certain that you were aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth.
His eyes said something a little unsettling there.
That's just the color of them.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Fate, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. The bent old cur Dalbert steps forward and struggles for a moment with his mask. Greetings. What? No.
Dalbert Oldheart.
Greetings, good heralds. I am called Dalbert Oldheart. It is the greatest honor of my years to stand upon this sacred site, upon which the 8 scribes first anointed these glorious proceedings. Nightwings, we are honored to be in your presence once more. Father, they are our adversaries, not our hosts. We do not need to be so gentle with them. They shall do their utmost to keep you from your freedom. Dalbert, your son speaks out of turn. Control him. My sincerest apologies for his unnecessary outburst. Almer, please, we have worked toward this opportunity, and we must make the most of it. He puts his mask back on. My son and I stand ready to begin. Nightwings, your choice. In whose name shall you conduct this liberation rite? I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader. And I wish you to come prepare our song with me, Tariq.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
Someone must IP. Internet protocol!
Ametha.
So I'm to get my shot at all this, then. How very thoughtful of you, reader darling.
Who shall be at her side? Volfred.
Prepare yourself, Pamitha, for on this night the Nightwings shall prevail in your name and set you free. Let's bring Tizo. I did kind of just overpower him with that talisman upgrade.
Tizo.
Scrap! Tizo seems very determined to support Pamitha.
Fine.
We give thanks to have this opportunity to face you, O Nightwings. Now let us strive to our fullest capability, with honor and with grace. Save your strength for the right, Father, and for the voyage home. Let this be our final battle against them.
Commence.
Oops. Ah. Damn. You can do this, Ulmer. I believe in you, and so do the scribes. Wait, what? What is this? What are you talking about? This is the liberation rite. What are you doing? Faye pulls at her mask. I think you are my friend, Ulmer, and so I am hoping for the best for you and for your father. He believes in you, and so do I. But we have to do our very best as well. And I know we cannot all prevail, only the Fate or the Nightwings, but not both. Not both. Ulmer looks on in stunned silence. The outburst seems to have disarmed everyone. We all have to do our very best, and then the scribes, they're going to watch over us and make everything okay. You'll see, Ulmer, you'll see. She puts her mask back on as the liberation rite continues. Whether her words flustered your adversaries or emboldened them, you cannot tell.
I lived in both. That's kind of how Faye does.
Mm-hmm. Hear us now, O noble Jomur, for we beseech you. Surely we cannot prevail without your aid. If ever you have heard my prayers, I beg of you, please smile upon us now. Whether from his prayers to the scribes or simply from Dalbert's resolve, something comes over your fellow exiles here. If they are banished now, they shall not soon return. Ooh, dropped. Oh no. No! Nope. Ah.
And there it is, at last. The
Alright.
Brighton Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free.
You seem so disappointed.
Absolved of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Alas, my son, once more it seems that I have failed you. Father, wait! What good is freedom to us anyway if we would be apart? So, what am I, supposed to give a speech or something then? Reader darling, all of you, look, I've no idea still why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. If you'd wanted to get rid of me by now, you needn't have gone to such lengths. And so I'm left only to conclude that you did this for me. The years I spent down here, in one sense they've all been such a waste, just utterly for nothing, spectacularly so. I thought that my relationship with Tamitha had nowhere left to go but up, but, well, you know, not quite the case. But then, I think on what would have become of me had I made no attempt to set things right, had I not done everything I have. I could not have lived with that, I think. I was so certain that my life would end down here. I'm only now beginning to consider that the opposite may have come true instead. What I'm trying to say is, thanks to all of you. I mean that. Now, I guess I'd better head on back to that damned Commonwealth. So, bottoms up. She plunges in the waters of the Shimmer Pool and disappears from view, though her voice still rings out. We'll have to see what we can do up there, provided that my sisters haven't had their way with it just yet. Anyway, let's find a way to keep in touch. But just in case, goodbye. Tamitha earned back her freedom. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Tamitha Thane. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
A hidden power, a terrible, unbridled fury seems to have awakened within Tizo. All in all, he seems very enthusiastic about it. Father, wait! Calm yourself, my son. The liberation rite is ended. But, no! How can you be so calm even now after what happened? Did you strive this night with all your heart, Almer? Yes, but it was not enough. It was not enough. No, my son. It was enough. It was more than enough. Father. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the fate in the liberation rite. Excellently done, Nightwings. Tizo is pleased that Pamitha is finally free. You succeeded in liberating Pamitha, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. The last light of the stars still shines for us above. At this point, what is to become of our plan needn't be the subject of our speculation. I trust that we'll learn the outcome soon enough. 77%. Our actions to this point shall pave the way. Perhaps our faith as well. So let's, for now, focus on this. We stand upon the brink of the last turn of the cycle of the rites. Soon, we'll have a final chance to get one of you home. Now, reader, up for a little stargazing? Let's see where in the downside we shall be returning for these final rites. You turn back toward the darkness to look upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. Go see Ignarius again. I don't want to just keep on
bullying poor Palmer.
Yeah. Once more, you are to face the Tempers, then. Although I wonder. He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize. I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the spring of Jomur, when everyone is feeling more refreshed, as much as possible. Following Pamitha's liberation, the lone minstrel has returned to the wagon and stands as though nothing has happened here this night. He tilts his head a bit as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader, a commendable achievement. Surely Pamitha shall live out her days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps she may now seek Ruki there in your Commonwealth. I should think Ruki would have liked to witness what took place this night. I trust that together they shall make a formidable difference to the plan, which all of you endeavor to achieve. Now for the time, Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations. We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more when next we traverse Scribe's Gate. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. He nods and leaves you to recover after a long night. On Legacy. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free, then join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth, and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the Spring of Jomur for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. There's those two. There's them. Pyre hearts. Withdrawn. Why does every place seem to be on fire?
I think it looks very on fire around here. A little sunsetty, but nothing. That's on fire. Locations like Blue Hive or Experience. Let's take a look.
Let's take XP for Gilman. Having reached the Fall Flat, you decide to accompany Sir Gilman for a walk among the Stark Badlands. Your conversation soon turns to matters of the rites, which you discuss at length. If what you say is true, Master Reader, then this knight truly has much more to understand. By the time you return to the wagon, you sense he gained a deeper understanding of it all. Your time together caused Sir Gilman to gain enlightenment.
This knight is the epitome of indomitable spirit. He has achieved the culmination of his training. How wonderful a feeling, having nothing left to learn, Master Reader. Nothing whatsoever. This knight highly recommends it.
Ten extra glory for 10 seconds after knocking out a clot.
Mm-hmm.
Tasty.
Sir Gilman is training intently when you approach.
Master Reader, this knight was so engulfed in memories of the Sea Dominion that he failed to detect your stealthy advance on his position. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you easily. This knight is fortunate to have you as an ally rather than a mortal foe. His kind routinely clambers from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory and perhaps a slightly longer life expectancy within your commonwealth. Such an honor it would be to be assigned the rank of knight and be conscripted onto the front lines of the Commonwealth against their vicious winged enemies. In the Sea Dominion, it was our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the razor reefs, the strangle kelp, the snaggle fins that prey upon our kind. Sir Gilman continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for some time. Past the blood sniffers, the electric scallops, the rogue worms of the frigid current, the paralyzing nets of the farfishers, and even past the scalding waters of the glowing trench. Finally, he trails off.
Yet even despite the myriad challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be Worm Knight's duty to abandon that place at his or her soonest convenience. How humorous it was to learn that life within your Commonwealth had quite a bit in common with our existence undersea. 'Twas not all pomp and glory, as the stories told. Perhaps it is our lot as Worm Knights to bring strife with us wherever we should go, for even here, it seems, is our kind pitted both against our brethren and all others. He remained silent for a while, but then, "Ah, well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace to strive toward a common purpose, rather than strive constantly to outperform each other toward one's own self-gain. Although, to the extent we are competing still, this knight shall ever strive to take the lead. Make no mistake about that, Master Reader. This knight was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. So now he is off to steal himself. Your pardon, Master Reader." He scoots off somewhere to continue with his self-made training regimen. Sir Gilman gained +1 quickness for the next ride.
Nice. Nothing left to learn at all. It's also completely wrong. There's always cool new stuff to learn behind each hill and ridge.
Guys, I can't help but wondering whatever happened to that number with the wings. You know the one. I guess she's kind of pretty, maybe, I suppose. She's still around by any chance? Because, well, anyways.
Hey, it's another big old pile.
109.
That's around 10, almost 11 salt per level.
Well, I guess I can sell Triesta's plume. The small ones are still worth the most, or still the cheapest, the best deal.
Is there a price break for the wheat one? I think I see one's 20 salt. No, 30. Okay.
Bigger jumps.
No, you bought the big friendly leech.
Yep.
You guys really are my favorite customers, you know?
After making all the necessary preparations amid the rocky pathways of the Spring of Jomur, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It is quieter even than usual at the onset of such events. The lone minstrel appears, bearing some sort of news. I have checked, and it appears as though the Tempers have not yet arrived, reader, sir. There is no sign of Ignarius or anyone. Their sigil is not set either. If what he says is true, and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken.
Limbless Erzak. Reader, the Commonwealth, your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries they have failed to show. Unfortunate, but understandable. They knew that they would never make it to another liberation rite. I cannot blame them for not wanting to participate just for the sake of it. Indeed, as the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Ignarius. You wonder whether he would give up on the rites like that. He did seem rather disaffected, having failed in the liberation rite before. Perhaps he did finally decide to quit for good. In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it.
Choose now your band of traitors.
Yeah. XP.
Gertrude.
So it would seem.
Unless something happens.
Wolfred. Faye. The choice is cast.
So, do we just put out that little flame over there? I mean, is that it?
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you.
I missed.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default. Not that their adversaries even care.
Did you catch what that said?
Prevail in a rite in no more than 3 dousings.
Rude.
'Twas time we wasted here. Although our kind, we live for very, very long.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Nope, not even XP.
Ah, no XP.
Nope.
Darn.
Be gone now from my sight.
Insight, but no enlightenment. No one speaks further of the Tempers back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come. A final chance at liberty presents itself at last. You surmise that to be the long and the short of it, then. The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over to you. Please look forth, reader, sir, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the end point of your path. You see plain the golden star of Soliam. Look upon it for the last. You are summoned to the Fall of Soliam for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars revealed to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face shall be Oralek. Already he has crossed Scribe's Gate, and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It is a shame that we should have to confront Oralek in the end. Our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodiel to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who? 80%. Yes. Nobody waits here to talk with us.
You definitely should have been a cross-perf. I have no idea why he didn't, why he wasn't willing to talk and, I don't know, join you and, get to, since he was already anointed.
Mm-hmm.
Just, give him what he already earned.
Foolish reader, your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
You're a jerk. Shut up.
By dawn, you are already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the Fall of Soliam. No one speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? By all means. You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word.
It's very courage, just like a real bard.
When the stars align, the rites shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in flame. The end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make a break. Together on their own, the journey
definitely going to want Gilman in my party. Because I gotta have a fast boy. You touch down amid the splendors of Mount Elodiel to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. After having landed, you join Sir Gilman on an expedition to the monument of Jomur Minimane for what is likely to be the final time. This knight's quest is drawing to a close, and yet he oftentimes feels no closer to an understanding of true honor. Here he is, on the verge of his good companion's final opportunity at freedom, and he thinks only of himself. But nay, his thoughts are very much with them, for it is thanks only to them, and also you, good scribes, that this knight is even here. Then this knight's final quest is to see one of his good friends go free this one last time. That matters more to him even than honor. Soon he is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Jomur Minimane has shown you favor. At dawn you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. +2 presents. Fortified Star Serum. Nice. I'll figure out who to give that to when I figure out who I'm bringing with me. Because I could just give that to Volfrid. He's probably going to be my anchor anyway, because his presence is so high. But I might decide to pick someone else, in which case I'd rather someone else have it. You know?
He does have a tendency to play goalie.
Yeah, exactly. A messenger imp somehow tracks you down in the old masonry of Mount Elodiel and delivers to you recent news and rumors from the other side. Specifically, the imp shares details regarding Pamitha and what became of her since she was liberated at the fall of Soliam. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where despite her connection to the High-Wing remnants, her past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background, yet she refused to cooperate and instead demanded to be reunited with her sister Tamitha. But when they threatened her with resentencing to exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Pamitha said at last that she would think it over and return with a decision soon. Next she was seen, however, was among Volfrid's sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said she has attached her loyalty, at least for the time. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which soon gets your companions talking.
Never once before had this knight felt even a thing for our most bitter enemies, and yet, having known Pamitha proved eye-opening indeed for this knight. We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not soon be resolved, if ever at all.
I hold to hope that both the Thane sisters one day soon shall join together as part of our good cause. The two of them can help lead us toward a brighter future.
I wonder where her sister is right now. I'm sure she cares for Pamitha, I'm sure of it.
Tizo wishes for Pamitha to find her way and her sister in the Commonwealth. In spite of some mixed feelings, the news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. +1 hope for the next rite. You stand before the Scribe's Gate with your companions. The Gate Guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her. The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after the coming rite. Tariq and I. It shall be time we take our rest, I think. Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus. We have a duty to uphold, Tariq. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing. Not for the rites or us. Not till the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what is it that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step. If I may, my name is Wolfred Sandalwood. I long as yet to see an age where freedom is one's birthright, and no longer are good people such as these forced to contend for it. We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business. Oh, my name is Faye, and I am here because the scribes, this is the path that they have shown me, and all of us. I like it when they call to me. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion, at your service. This knight's never-ending quest for honor shan't end here, yet first he has a noble duty to uphold. Tizo believes that his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings and seeks to live up to their legacy. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a common wanderer who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Bless you. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. I thought you said... The rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leap the downside. Hey, guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, what with stars all fading out and stuff. Anyways, just wanted to say you guys are great, and I sure am going to miss having you guys as customers and all of that. But I got some good news too. All my stuff, it's on sale now, and I will throw a little extra there just for you, okay? So enjoy, and maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay? Henceforth, all of Falcon Run's goods are 5% off. Great.
5%.
Still can't really afford anything.
Scoop, punch, pile.
Guess I can buy some Stardust. White eyes. You guys have a good day out there. There is a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place, easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking to the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. It was a nose for treasure, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place would fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether because they shine with inner light or due to other special properties. I have observed that stardust, freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I've not found a use for it as yet, although because it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. Upgrade a talisman to rank 20. There. Is there... Is there any indication? One, who among us will it let me anoint this time? And two, who would be the best choice? Because if it'll let me, Volfred seems the obvious one. As far as, you know, the
last 20% with ease.
The success of the plan. But I suppose we shall see. Putting him on point does kind of feel like a disadvantage, though. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wished to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and he extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Volfred has joined you. All of your companions are there with him, in fact. It is strange for me to say, given the circumstances of our meeting, reader, but it has truly been a pleasure. Onward now. Let us achieve our plan.
Reading one, thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful.
Less irritating.
Master Reader, it has been this night's greatest honor to have served with you. Let this be our most glorious stand yet. Oh, hi, mister. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us.
Tizo wants you to know he has the utmost faith in you. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Volfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. The final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. The stars have joined us. Turn that one off. It's not like the extra experience will do any good anyway at this point.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur, as per the custom, not another word. The demon Orlac slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then, Orlac dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused. Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Orlac shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. It is time now to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside to the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Tizo, Bertrude, Volfrid, Sir Gildman, Faye. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose this one last time? Oh. It does seem both cruel and unfair to have to make such a decision. Mm-hmm.
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
So this is definitely. What I'm looking upon is not this decision, but a later decision.
Well, what I need to know is this decision.
Which is troubling. No keys were text and. Oh no, that's very, very brilliant. But I'm not entirely certain if that choice matters too much.
Mhm.
The later one does, though.
Oh. Okay. Yes, there's no turning back. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
And I can't choose. I can't choose Wolfred.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Is he not?
He's not.
enlightened enough?
I guess not.
But he's like level 4, isn't he? Huh.
Yeah, he's not one of my 3 highest, though.
I see. Well, in terms of capability of the plan,
Gilman?
he would definitely bring fervor to it.
Mm-hmm.
Or he could be a super troll and then free an imp.
Sir Gilman.
What has this knight done that he should warrant such a courtesy as this? Know that he shall strive with all his heart. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Sir Gilman, as well as you.
Who shall be at his side?
Wolfred.
Wolfred.
Venere tragic.
Assuredly, my boy. Besides, if we stand against Oralek, it is fitting that I should have to confront him myself.
So Orlek's bio has updated.
Yes. He was repulsed by what he saw on the blood border, which sowed in his heart a yearning for a greater peace. He tried to use his influence to negotiate a treaty with the Highwing remnants, but not everyone was swayed. One day he received direct orders to return to the front. When he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him down. There, in time, he became affiliated with the Nightwings and grew to become one of their finest rites conductors, until tragedy struck, and he was left clinging to life at foot of the sacred mountain.
Wow, only 18 years? That's... Huh. He was a doctor, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. To give this to Wolfred before, but I'll go ahead and give it to Tizo instead. And Tizo shall be my third.
Tizo.
Tizo is ready to do whatever it takes to see Sir Gilman regain his freedom this night.
With that out of the way,
Those are to be my adversaries, then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group? You sense Oralek searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you who would relinquish your own liberty for sake of them? Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you. Then, Oralek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. By light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Tariq! I am prepared, Celeste. Then let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it. I am disappointed to see you here, Tizo, opposing me once more. Tizo is very upset and calls for Oralek to cease speaking to him. Oralek seems to stare at the imp for a moment. It is a shame that you are caught up in the middle of all this, little one. Your mind has been poisoned against me. Tizo insists that Oralek is wrong and urges him to stop what he is doing. I am sorry, Tizo. Now I shall only say this to you once. Stay out of my way. Oops.
the final chance at liberation for the age.
Nope. You wear the raiments once again. I could not simply stand by and do nothing, Oralek. Yet that is what you did. When last we stood together on this blasted mountain, I fell. You simply stood. Oralek, what shall it take for you to be convinced I took no part in your betrayal? Oralek seems to consider the question, but only for a moment. Give me my damn freedom. Let me prevail, here and now. Would you promise to uphold our plan? To bring about a better Commonwealth? No, I make no promises. I owe you nothing. Then I am sorry, Oralek. My love of country comes before all else. More than your freedom and our friendship is at stake. Your love be damned, Volfred. Let us stand as adversaries, then.
Sapler.
Oops.
Who? What was that?
Nope.
Oh no!
The sky rains ash. Soon shall your Pyre's own mingle with them. Just then the skies above begin to rain down fire, the final throes of the cycle of rites and the ending of the age.
Tizo banished.
Rude.
How he has changed, that Oralek. Grown old and bitter lo these many years.
Nope. Jumped too slow.
Oralek
was struck.
Ah. No.
Ooh, shit. Got rid of that.
Twas almost cruel. How brazen.
Zip.
Oop.
Gilman banished.
No.
Alas. With grace.
Nice. Nope. No. Was almost in.
Didn't see it coming. Twas a crushing blow against their pyre.
So the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you. Nope.
Alas for Gilman.
Nope.
Someone grasp the orb.
Oh, damn it. No.
The demon Oralek has dealt a devastating blow. Good.
Oh, damn. No. Oh, damn it.
Stinky.
All of you, you shall rot here. You shall rot as I have all these many years. You false Nightwings who would deny me once again my rightful liberty. You who deny that liberty to all of the triumvirates you face and vanquish under the guise of the traditions of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue with this glorious affair. I hit jump. No. No.
Zip him.
Oralek stands breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. No! Why? Your pyre's flames now threaten to die out at any moment. Oralek makes a sound like laughter, but says nothing as he prepares one last assault against your side. No! Oh, that's bad. No. No. No! No, come on! Stop it! No! Yes!
Remember, Chizo can implode on them guys.
Yeah. No. No.
Get out, Tizo. And there it is, at last. The
That was appropriately intense.
Nightwings proved their worth. Rather convincingly, I must admit. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Can it truly be? This night, and all of us, we have indeed prevailed. You look upon Sir Gilman for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf him. Any moment now, he shall return to glory, and to join with Fulfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. Oh. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
What a...
This night is beginning to feel extraordinarily uneasy about things here. Each prior time upon the fall of Soliam, the Shimmer Pool has opened following the Liberation Rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Oralek approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again, different somehow, but open. Sir Gilman looks upon it, but it does not engulf him, or at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes. This is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Oralek strides toward the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Oralek. Oralek glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then we have all been cheated. No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But, as for who returns, someone shall have to choose. Ere the last light of the stars is extinguished, and the rites cease to be, this is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. Then, our confrontation, the liberation rite, it was all meaningless? No. The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice, among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed, or he who anointed them. So then, this night, he can return, although perhaps the Master Reader can return instead? Aye, it shall either be you, the Reader, or... It shall be either or. Sir Gilman, Please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Good minstrel, why, the choice which you present unto this knight is very simple, then. Master Reader, this knight hereby declares you shall be free. Sir Gilman wishes to give up his freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, sir, the choice which Sir Gilman made, or rather the choice which he gave, it is now yours to make instead. This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd. It may, until such time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear that there is little time remaining now. Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? Sir Gilman is not going to let me give it to him. And I don't trust Oralek. So the only option is to give it to myself. At this point.
Yeah, it's tragic as balls. Like, Oralek deserves his freedom. He fully earned it. But after he became bitter and turned away from the enlightenment they earned in the first place when it was stolen from him.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind that justice was promptly served.
Mm-hmm.
She either drowned in the shimmer pool or fell through it and fell off the mountain herself. I don't remember what happened to her.
Yeah.
Nothing good happened to the person that betrayed him.
Your mind is made up. You have chosen to be free yourself. I see and understand. Then it is done.
If only because Gilman won't accept it.
Sir Gilman looks to you this one last time, his heart filled with unspoken understanding. You turn then to the lone minstrel for an instant, but another instant later, he is gone, he and everyone. All you feel is the coldness of the rush of water coursing all around you. Sir Gilman gave his freedom so that you may yet have yours.
Yeah, much like the scribes.
May you return in glory.
Godspeed, reader. By the scribes, no stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
Whee!
That night, an exiled reader returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in a state of unrest. Spurred by the efforts of 4 liberated exiles, Vulfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The rulers of the Commonwealth pushed back. Fighting broke out in the streets in spite of Sandalwood's intentions. It was then that the winged high-wing remnants chose to strike.
That's not good.
Allegations that the High-Wing remnants were in league with Sandalwood were never proven. However, there was no denying the result of the two-pronged attack. After enduring for almost a millennium, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. With the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Our nation formed in 839 AS after the fall of the Commonwealth. One day we all may stand shoulder to shoulder with a common cause. Wolfred Sandalwood. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrudes and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects.
Silly.
When the cycle of the right ceased turning, Wolfred Sandalwood turned toward the starless sky and closed his eyes and prayed. It was all that he could do at that stage of his plan. He aspired to a symbol with liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than had expected, this ideal scenario became impossible. Sandalwood's own freedom, for instance, was now forfeit, yet the plan did have contingencies. Word reached him that on the night of the scribe's return, several of his fellow liberated Nightwings stood together, and their voices echoed through the streets. Inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down, chant from the scribe's return. It was vital to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature, but this proved to be untenable, especially after the Highwing remnants appeared. There was speculation that their well-timed assault may not have happened by coincidence, though Sandalwood denied any involvement and regretted the bloodshed. Nevertheless, the main thrust of the plan had been achieved. Sandalwood kept busy after that as much as possible, providing counsel from afar to those who would be at the forefront of the birth of the Saurian Union. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant that there was only so much he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles of the downside. They might never return to that new nation, but at least they could experience its triumphs and its struggles in some vicarious way. So he took to his old work, writing and printing. As literacy began to spread again throughout the Saurian Union, so too did exiles of the downside take to it. For his part, Sandalwood helped to teach as many as he could. More than that, he provided the material to read, a semi-annual report about the latest events both in the Saurian Union and the downside. This periodical gave many exiles something to look forward to. One of his allies in all this was the imp Tizo, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future, such was the creature's spirit. He enjoyed exchanging letters with the reader of the Nightwings, who kept him well abreast of how their other comrades and the fledgling nation fared. You were once an exile sentenced to life in the downside. Now you are free. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Saurian Union. As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, it is said that he remained steadfast about two things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. While Sandalwood did not learn of it until much later, it is said that he was moved to tears then by the gesture. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles, and our cause. After the Shimmer Pool closed for what would be the last time, Oralek looked around him in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still-burning pyre. He then turned to the fall of Soliam and looked up toward the black, starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. After that, he strode forward towards the waters coursing from the side of Mount Elodiel, and without hesitating, he cast himself down. Oralek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodiel does not appear survivable, though Oralek did survive it once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Oralek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings who were witness to this never forgot what they saw. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. When Manly Tinderstaff realized the rites had ended, and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via Messenger Imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side.
What a loser.
After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the Highwing remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Volfred Sandalwood's agents who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. The plan took certain unexpected turns, but in the end resulted in the outcome Sandalwood had envisioned. It was fortunate that the Highwing remnants arrived when they did on the night of Scribe's return. However, Pamitha denied any involvement with or foreknowledge of this. Afterward, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the Highwing remnants and the new nation that would become our Saurian Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new set of circumstances, it turned out the two had more to talk about and rather more in common. They would often put to test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which one of them prevailed in that contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the Highwing remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. That was where she ran into her blood sister Tamitha for the first time since their exile. Their reunion was not as amicable as Pamitha might have hoped, and Tamitha, still resentful of their history together, turned violent. Pamitha would later brush aside the incident, though always had an injury to show for it. Yet from that point on, the blood sisters were back on speaking terms, at least for the most part. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, for she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her military prowess and experience led to key victories in clashes against Commonwealth loyalists. Each time she was able to subdue the opposition, avoiding lethal force. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Faye, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon she would reassure herself that Faye was very capable of surviving on her own, and in fact she was not mistaken. She never settled down with anyone, although from time to time she thought about Ignarius despite herself. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There she had built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. By and large, Bertrude kept focused on her work. Whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more the living legend. Long after the rites had ended, Faye admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes, who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Among her friends, she always remained close with Tizo, who more so than anyone could always make her laugh. Though they could not see each other any longer, Faye often thought about Jodariel and spoke to her as though she were there. Faye tried never to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jodariel might say. One day she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Almer Oldheart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experiences in the rites and their different points of view about the scribes formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Faye always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life in the downside, both with courage and with grace. After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of Scribe's return, Greentail kept busy barking orders to Volfred's agents as the situation grew tenser. He took rather well to leadership. When dawn finally came and it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, he realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamitha Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over love of drink and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. Having earned his freedom in the rites, Barker Ashpaws nonetheless felt distant from the society he had returned to. He realized he felt a longing for a different sort of freedom, closer to the one he had experienced in the downside with his packmates in the dissidents. He decided to continue conducting the rites, just for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. At first, this practice met with ridicule, but after the Commonwealth's collapse, the rites grew famous across the land, and Barker Ashpaws soon found himself with a growing number of fans. Others sought to learn the rites from him, and soon he had some real competition once again. In time, he forgot all about his old feud with Rookie Greentail and his family. For his part, Greentail stayed well clear of him. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work.
So he turned it into a sport.
As soon as possible after Tamitha Thane earned back her liberty, she rejoined her sisters of the Highwing remnants in the mountains north of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth believed that someone such as she could be rehabilitated through years spent in exile. Instead, her hatred for her ancient enemies only intensified. On the night of the scribe's return, the High Wing remnants were poised to strike the Commonwealth in a decisive blow. They had received credible intelligence about the expected positions of the Commonwealth leadership, and of specific weaknesses in the blood border defenses anticipated that night. After a surgical procedure, Tamitha could fly again, almost as well as prior to her exile. She insisted on spearheading the attack with a squadron of the Harp's finest. They descended on their foes exactly as planned. The chaos that had risen in the streets of the Commonwealth that night made for an optimal diversion. Nonetheless, the battle took its toll. Many of Tamitha's sisters fell. She herself sustained many grievous wounds, but ignored them all and fought with a terrible fury. By dawn, the leaders of the Commonwealth had been eliminated, and Tamitha was limping back toward the mountains. She would never fly again. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha attended a briefing in which her blood sister Pamitha was also in attendance. Tamitha was very skeptical that Pamitha could have played a beneficial role in the preceding events and lashed out at her. Pamitha made no attempt to elude the attack and was struck full on. This cost Pamitha the use of her right wing, yet after she recovered, she shrugged the incident aside and said maybe they would call it even now. From that point on, the Blood Sisters kept a formal distance, but were cordial with each other. After the rise of the Saurian Union, Tamitha Thane continued to serve as flight tactician, and remained respected and feared even among her kind. However, without a war to wage, she grew more distant even than usual. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witch Udmilda returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the Pit of Melith. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the Pit of Melith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from the Jomur Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of Witch Udmilda could be found. As for the contents of the Pit of Melith, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Islak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udmilda's repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims.
Apparently, Islak caught fire.
As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomur Valley. There they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day, during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage at the Spring of Jomur. He was stunned to find that this was none other than the one he knew as Faye from their days as adversaries in the rites. Faye was overjoyed to see him, although Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives in the downside. Not a day went by that Almer Oldheart did not think about his father and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert's would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. Having heard that Sir Gilman also had remained behind, Deluge made a point of avoiding him at all costs. Nonetheless, they ran into each other once, riding a cold current in the Sea of Solace. The meeting was terse and cordial. Deluge ended up apologizing profusely for mistreating his fellow Worm Knight, and that was the end of it. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre Hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason.
for some reason.
Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity.
That's pretty doof.
After the final liberation rite, Lyndal refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive nights, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lyndal dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now, the stars would shine for him again, and mark the way toward his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lyndal the Liar was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lyndal's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives.
Old, bitter, and confused.
After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings become inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, an ancient band of killers trained almost from birth to carry out their missions without fail, all the sisters needed was a name and a sum of 500 sol up front, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claimed to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Once the rites had ended, the imp Tizo had a job to do, quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel asked that he watch over the Black Wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tizo obliged, for he knew that wagon, as well as its drive imp inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified, as evidence of Tizo's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. He would visit his friend Faye at every opportunity. She was among the few who could consistently interpret what he meant, and they were always close since first they met. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the lone minstrel. Tizo often missed his interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. Indeed, Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time with the Nightwings and their many adventures throughout the land that was always his home. Other than that, Tizo would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Saurian Union. Despite having gained some significant celebrity abroad, he never let it go to his head.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, okay.
That's not great.
And he would go fishing in the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. The Worm Knight Sir Gilman had elected to go into exile as penance for his failure to uphold his military obligations to the Commonwealth. To him, earning back his freedom was tantamount to erasing the shame of his past. His honor was at stake more so than anything. Yet when it became clear to him that he would not go free again through the rites, he readily accepted the outcome, for he knew by then that much more was on the line. He regretted not having had the chance to contribute directly to the events that transpired in the Commonwealth, though he was pleased to hear the outcome. The conclusion of the rites and the fall of the Commonwealth made clear to him that his days as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstance, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, though never found as skilled and motivating of a partner as his fleet-footed friend Rookie Greentail, whom he remembered fondly. From time to time, he would seek guidance from one of his former comrades, Big Bertrude, much his elder, and a wellspring of perspective on his life decisions. He wasted no time dwelling on his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. The other Worm Knight stayed well clear of him. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. He was the one who led the raid on the stronghold where Archjustice Androboles IX was holed up when fighting grew fierce. With him then and thereafter was one of the winged harps of the High-Wing remnants, later identified as Fikani Shang.
Ah, the girl he lost his freedom for.
A harp for whom Hedwyn cared deeply. They were separated when Hedwyn was exiled. Their bond was vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. His promise had come to pass, though he always knew that this was not his own doing. He was always deeply grateful to the other three, his closest friends. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them, and so in turn did they oft think of him. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt, but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodiel with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We all know this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union and merely were imbued with weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, always directionless and prone to misremembering at times. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He had made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. That freedom he indeed achieved ere the morning's light. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he helped to form our Saurian Union. Though whether that is true, only he knows. Some say perhaps that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory, until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rights awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribe.
touched girl feels the scribes in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end. Tease all the wise, ever faithful to the cause of the night wings. He remained to the end. Sir Gilman the Bold, duty bound to honor the night wings. He remains to the end.
Tabitha Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only forgiveness, she has found her way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid.
It seems this song is variable depending on what you're doing.
The great mastermind, Wolfred Sandalwood, saw his plans turn to action. He remained till the end. The bog dweller Gertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end.
The reader at last made the night wings whole and ascended to freedom. He has found his way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together,
Oh,
strands in a braid till the end.
get thee to the downside, robot.
As the big farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way
Nice to see that library less on fire than it is in the starting menu.
Mm-hmm. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked? Uh-oh.
Oh no, you can play as Orlex buddies?
Oh,
God.
wow.
Oh no!
That might be something we return to after Halloween.
Just go around causing a freaking mess.
Unless that's just like a harder version. That sounds like that sounds like Oralek's story though, which is something we should do, but not immediately because it's October.
Play as the past Nightwings.
Oh, that would be interesting too.
Anyway,
it's October, and that means we should spooky stuff.
Spooks.
I have a few options I need to consider.
I have a recommendation.
What's your recommendation? Let's hear it.
Let me seek its name.
Because I found a really cool thing. But I haven't double-checked what other stuff I have available to me yet.
Ah, yes. Home Safety Hotline is known as.
Is it free?
It's comprised of creepy face shenanigans.
Because it's not something I have.
I do not think it's free. I could acquire it if necessary.
Okay. Because I found something that looks really creepy and is free, I'm pretty sure. And dang it, that all popped up over here.
I was like, why did your screen do that? That freaking hurt.
It's called Funeralopolis. Yeah, it looks really neat. Free indie game.
There's a DLC for Home Safety Hotline? Seriously? Well, that's just silly.
Anyway, get all that out of there. Because it shouldn't have done that.
Hearing noises? Seeing things? Call Home Safety Hotline. Our operators are standing by, waiting to give you the answers you need to protect your home from all manners of pests and household hazards. Tagged as 1990s horror. Interactive fiction, a little bit of FMV. And it's, oh, I thought it said Sigma. Seriously, it's bad, doesn't it? No. Yeah, it's like $50.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Which I'd be happy to pay for, because I'm just curious what the game's like when played by not idiots. I may have seen idiots play it before. Poorly.
Let's see who's around to raid now.
I'm pretty certain they got one of the callers eaten by something called a stair slug.
Or
possibly a small bite thing.
Let's see. Zoe Techie's playing some Castlevania. Let's go raid her.
Some of the arcade versions.
I don't think so. Can't tell which one it is though.
I'm used to seeing the.
Might be like Castlevania 4.
Oh yeah, you can flip diagonally. I think it was before.
Anyway, we'll be back on Saturday for Control.
Control, yep.
That's what we're playing. And next Thursday we'll start something new and spooky.
Tune in then for more adventures with the strange authority gun.
Yep.
And the the floppy disk with the launch codes, as it were.
Do that.
Honestly, is there a para-utilitarian device that isn't based on a pun?
So, yeah, thanks again. Hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night. And some of the rosary placement makes no sense.